Okay. So over the weekend, I realized yet again another opportunity for our society to be cooked. Individual wanted to argue with me about a topic, and I knew the individual was using ChatGPT to argue with me. So I was wording things very specifically. And then the individual admitted that they were using ChatGPT because they posted what ChatGPT said. And then they got really offended when I said one of us teaches this shit and one of us is using ChatGPT. So when you use ChatGPT, if you haven't specifically trained your language model to argue with you, it's going to start to reinforce your points. That's what it does. You have to specifically say, I want you to challenge me. I want this to be solid. Well, the individual continues to just argue with me. And I'm like, you know what, man, I can't. I'm not going to have a discussion in bad faith with somebody who doesn't understand the subject matter. It's not about what you fucking think. It's like earlier today, somebody said, well, you didn't define the word. I don't need to define words. I'm not doing a fucking video, and maybe I need to do that. Maybe what I need to do on any given day that I'm going to use a word like fascist. And so before I use the word fascist for the day, I need to say, okay, kids, the word of the day is fascist. This is what fascism is. Putin says Russia will stick to nuclear arm limits for 1 year after the treaty with us expires. Just popped in my notifications, but it doesn't matter because Russia having a lot of nuclear weapons is irrelevant. They can't even maintain the ones they have. Anywhere between 50 and 66% of the Russian nuclear arsenal is currently inoperative. So what scares me about that isn't that they want to make new weapons. It's that Russia has this really bad fucking habit of misplacing them. When they decommission warheads, sometimes they get decommissioned, sometimes they go out the back fucking door. I don't give a shit about Russia being a nuclear power. I give a shit that a Russian warhead can make its way to South America, be trucked up into the United States, and then, given that we can't secure our southern border, a fucking warhead gets driven into like Phoenix or Scottsdale or San Diego or, you know, somewhere else. Now, moving a nuclear weapon completely across the country, I'm going to just say we have things in place for detecting that. But if you properly secure it, it's going to make it harder for them to detect a nuclear weapon rolling through the country. I don't want that shit to happen. I don't want to live in that world. I also honestly don't know how much longer we can live in this world. There are people that argue with me, so I decided to discuss a different line of thought. I saw a video where the person says, all these Christians that are arguing with you about what the Bible says, but only 54% of America reads at the 6th grade level. But the Bible as a book is written at the 12th grade or higher level. I want people to let that sink in for a moment. The Bible is written, and then we know it's complex. So over the years, we have made changes to the Bible to make them easier to read. The New American Bible changes a lot of words. We have children's Bibles that change a lot of words. We want to teach the story, but we don't want to teach people to read. I was actually thinking about this the other day. Why do parents who send their kids to public school, but also send their kids to Sunday school, have kids that can read better than the average public school kid? Because Sunday school has a large component of reading to it. They have reading assignment between Sunday and Sunday. They have to read passages out of the Bible. They have to be ready for next week to present. But the average adult can't read the Bible. So what's the average reading level for, say, the Constitution? Well, as we talked about the other day when I did the little reading, like, what does my grade level mean and what does my reading level mean? Effectively, the Constitution is readable at the 11th or 12th grade level. And this is basically because the Constitution is written in really straightforward English. They are very short words by 18th century standard. Now, of course, the First Amendment should have been written a little bit differently, but that's neither here nor there. They wrote it at their standard thinking people would understand it. And sadly, they lost the narrative. Within, I think, 50 years, we lost the narrative of the First Amendment. We also, the problem is, you have to understand certain phrases. To be able to understand the Constitution, you have to know certain words. For example, where's one phrase that I used yesterday that I needed to adjust? Prior restraint. The average person isn't going to understand prior restraint in a discussion of their First Amendment rights. You've got to break that term out. All prior restraint means is there's two ways that the government can censor your speech. One way they can censor your speech is they can punish you for it after the fact. You said something the government doesn't agree with, they come along, they scoop you up, they throw you in jail, they fine you, whatever. Prior restraint is, the government knew I was going to do this show today at 10 o'clock. So at 9 o'clock, they either arrest me or they detain me and inconvenience me, thus preventing me from making my speech. This works a lot better in the 18th century, when in order to speak, you would gather people at the hall. It would be like a known event, and then you just arrest the speaker on their way, and then you let him go a couple hours later. What you've done is you've restrained their speech by making their venue, by making their forum disappear. Is the lesson more important than the ability to read it a certain way? Do we dumb it down to get a point across? Does that help overall? Depends on if you're talking ethics, values, morality, or law. If you're teaching ethics, values, morality, dumbing down the lesson gets the lesson across. When you're talking about the law, dumbing down the law is exactly how we have the Jimmy Kimmel situation, where people are saying Disney violated Jimmy Kimmel's free speech. Jimmy Kimmel never had free speech. He had permitted speech. What's interesting is people aren't looking at the whole picture. They're looking at the outrage picture. And if you believe boycotting Disney is the right response to Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled, welcome to being the party. Welcome to being part of the problem. Welcome to being a fascist. Because you're saying it's okay for the chairman of the FCC to say, we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. Well, when you're ABC and you're a broadcasting station, you can't survive a prolonged engagement with the FCC. I said that in my short form content today. Should the wording of the Constitution where's my feature chat? Why are you not picking up the featured chat? I'm going to be very upset if this broke again. There it is. Should the wording of the Constitution and similar documents be updated to keep up with modern English? Not to simplify it, but to retain its spirit, since the specific wording of the Constitution has changed meaning because English as a whole has changed. No, it shouldn't. We need to write a new Constitution. We absolutely need to write a new Constitution because people don't... First of all, we don't need the Third Amendment anymore. Most of you don't even know what it is. But yeah, we need to rewrite the Constitution because what we have is we have the Constitution and then we have dozens and dozens of court rulings. And that was the next piece of what I was going to say. You have the Constitution, which is written at the 11th or 12th grade level. Then you have the Federalist Papers and the documents that come from that the founding fathers used. I'm reading a treatise on government by John Locke, and I'm having that fucking guy doesn't know what a period is. Like, he has 60 or 70 word sentences, and he doesn't write because it's from the 1600s. But the problem is he has a compound, complex sentence where grammatically it's correct, but it's 70 fucking words long, and you're like, Jesus, John, where are you trying to get to in this sentence? What should scare you is that the Constitution is written at the 11th or 12th grade level. Now, 13, 14, 15, and 16, this is undergraduate, right? This is undergraduate. This is where the Constitution is written. This is where the Federalist Papers are written. And then, this is also where the average Supreme Court ruling is written at. Remember, the Supreme Court rulings are written by people, for people, of people who have a doctorate degree. The modern lawyer, now the average lawyer is never going to call themselves doctor unless they're a professor. But your Juris Doctorate is the equivalent of a doctorate degree. The Supreme Court decisions are college graduate to post-college graduate. The Federalist Papers are college graduate level. I never thought about that before until I really broke it down. You have people that are saying, well, my constitutional right. Dude, C. Spot, C. Dick, C. Jane is an issue for you. Most people have never read the Federalist Papers. Shit, most people don't know what the Federalist Papers are. They were documents, writings, speeches of the people that were drafting the Constitution so that they could make sure that they were getting it right. A lot of when you dig through the Federalist Papers, why did we word it that way? Why didn't we word it the other way? As a reminder, they had to include an amendment that said, just because we don't give you the liberty in the document doesn't mean you don't have it. Unless the government specifically has the authority to do something, they don't have the authority to do it. And so, but you have all these people saying, but Jimmy Kimmel's free speech. Jimmy Kimmel's free speech was never infringed upon. Jimmy Kimmel was offensive to a person who controlled 22 or 26 affiliate stations. He may not have been offensive to you. He was offensive to that person, that decision maker. That decision maker was offended on Monday. That decision maker was so offended on Tuesday, that person was already in discussion with ABC saying, we're not showing his show live. We need a copy of the show. We'll decide if we air it, but we probably aren't. Another person who was a decision maker, well, a group of people, for another 20 some odd stations. Now, that doesn't mean 20 locations. It means, as the food chain breaks down, 22 or 28 affiliate stations could be dozens of channels each, depending on how they get affiliated. So Jimmy Kimmel was already offending people, which is fine. I will never tell him he doesn't have the right to say what he wants. If Jimmy Kimmel wants to get a box and stand on a corner and talk, the government can't come along and take away his right to do that. But ABC can say, you can't say that on our station. Now, I don't know what Jimmy Kimmel's contract says. I don't know if he is guaranteed 5 nights of pay for 52 weeks a year or 50 weeks a year, because they usually have some reruns so that they can take time off. But yeah, if ABC or Kimmel aren't happy about this, well, if Kimmel isn't happy about it, he should go to court. If ABC's not happy about it, did they violate his contract? What I've been told is that Kimmel's freedom in his contract was the 7 words you can't say on television. If you've never seen George Carlin's comedy skit, the 7 words you can't say on TV, that was it. That was, and again, I haven't seen it. I've just read what people have said, that was the only creative restriction. Yeah, I miss George Carlin too. Now, if the FCC was improperly exerting influence on this, then that's the best place to address it. Except the FCC is barred by law from the government. Every branch of the government is barred by law from unduly influencing the private entities. It's Bantam Books versus Sutherland and Backpage versus Dart, which says any coercive pressure by officials violates the First Amendment. Now, what people aren't understanding, and this is what's hard for them to grasp, you have the FCC, you have Disney, you have ABC, and you have Kimmel. Where people have gotten a little bit lost is the FCC violated their freedom of speech. The FCC did not violate Kimmel's freedom of speech because Kimmel does not have freedom of speech while he works at ABC. Disney and ABC as corporations, through Supreme Court rulings, have freedom of speech. When it comes to this next point, this is what makes people angry. ABC in no way violated Kimmel's freedom of speech because only the federal government is covered by the First Amendment. If I own a bar, and I have owned bars, and you come in, and I don't like your rhetoric, finish your drink, pal, you're out of here. You can't kick me out. Okay, now I'm kicking you out, and I'm not giving you the ability to finish your drink, because this remains private property. But I have freedom of speech. Freedom of speech only protects you from the government, not me. I don't like what you said. I don't like what you said about the girl with the short skirt on. I find you offensive. I find you sexist. I find you to be a bigot. I find you to be ignorant. Get the fuck out of my establishment. That's it. I didn't violate your freedom of speech. Because only the government has to give you freedom of speech. People are like, well, what about social media? I'm against this administration weaponizing the FCC. I'm against any administration weaponizing the FCC. Any administration. The FCC shouldn't fucking exist anyway. The FCC shouldn't exist. Well, it should exist, but not for television content. I don't give a shit if you want to allow your, like, Twitch allows me to be crass and vulgar, and the only thing Twitch has said, which I have gotten my nasty gram, and I agree with it. I have zero problem agreeing with Twitch's rules.
Kimmel is off the air because of the ridiculous.
I don't make shit from ads on my channel anymore. I don't make anything because I have these two boxes on my Twitch channel checked. Politics and sensitive social issues. There's all my ad money gone right there. Significant profanity and vulgarity. I got my warning. They're like, yeah, you're pretty vulgar. You're pretty profane. And I'm like, fine, cool. Where's the checkbox? I'll check it. Because I don't give a shit about the advertising. I do on YouTube. No, they still show the ads. I just don't make any money from them. If you talk politics, you don't get paid. I don't get advertising. I don't make anything from the advertising. On YouTube, you'll notice on my gaming channel, you might find 1 or 2 cuss words in a YouTube video review. That's kind of fucked up that you make nothing, yet Twitch is okay taking their ad revenue. Here's the thing, ready? I have a partner contract, right? I have a 17-page partner contract back here. And you know what? I signed it. I'm okay with it. Well, they're just trying to restrict your speech. No, I'm not. You've never seen me have an ad while in the politics section? They may not be running them on my channel when I'm in the politics section. Which is, you know. One second. Getting an update. My friend's granddaughter was born and then the baby was in the hospital, so. Hey, appreciate the Prime sub. In fact, as I always do when people hit that Prime button, give me those Prime subs. Those are the only subs I love. I'll take all your subs to make more PG and music, but the Prime subs, Bezos don't need a $50 million yacht. Cough up those Prime subs. And if you don't give it to me, make sure you give it to a streamer. Twitch can do without it. We have to get back to people actually knowing their rights. People need to get back to actually understanding their rights. I have a guy on TikTok who's making a big argument about how the leftists are like Hitler. Can we please stop weaponizing history because we don't like this party or that party? It's like I said about the guy earlier in the show where he said, according to ChatGPT, look, man, if we're talking about something that I don't know about, I'm going to be asking a lot of questions because I don't talk about things that I don't know about. If we're talking about economics, psychology, cultural anthropology, social studies, US history, world history, civics or government, or the military, or biomedical technology, I'm going to have a fucking opinion because I'm educated. If you say I'm using a logical fallacy because I'm reminding you I'm educated, I'm sorry you weren't given an education. Me saying I'm educated in the subject isn't me saying I'm right. The logical fallacy is, trust me, bro, I'm right. I have a degree. That's the appeal to authority logical fallacy. If I simply say to you, look, man, you're wrong. Here's all the reasons why you're wrong. You're using ChatGPT and I teach this shit. That's not me saying I'm right because I said so. That's me saying I'm right because of this, this, and this. Like a lawyer showed up on on the Steven video that I did, and he's like trying to do the Gish Gallop shit that lawyers do. Be like, look, son, I can dance this dance with you. Are you using colloquial definitions or Blacklaw's dictionary? Good job, dumbass, because you just said you want to use Black's dictionary. That means Steven had investors from the very beginning. If you're trying to prove me wrong, don't go to the document I didn't use on purpose because it made my win too easy. Hitler is like Hitler. Maybe you just don't like some other policy. Hitler is like Hitler. Hitler, now listen to all of this. Hitler wasn't wrong when he rose to power inside of the Labor Party that was known as the Nazi Party. It started off as a Labor Party. What did he do? He said, we got completely boned in the ass after World War I. We need to take back our land. We need to take back the Rhineland. We need to grow Germany back to its borders. They shouldn't have carved us up like a roast. And guess what? You got to hear all of it. What Hitler did right in his early years wasn't bad. It wasn't immoral. It wasn't tyrannical. It wasn't fascist. It wasn't dictatorial. What it was a guy who had a national identity. Now, in the back of his head, he already had all those terrible fucking thoughts about the Jews and about the non-perfect race. But early on, Hitler was like, let's restore Germany. Now, yes, in his early public speeches, he uses a lot of words. And he doesn't because, he did get put in jail for a few years before assuming power. The Nazi platform remember, and this is what people forget, the Nazi platform existed before Hitler took over. Before Hitler became their leader, the Nazi platform already existed. So he used positive Christianity. Now, publicly, privately, he had no use for, he had no use for religion. As Hitler moved on through the years and he consolidated his power, he became dictatorial, fascist. I think he always was. And then as he invaded another country, well, now you're starting to get crazy with it. And then you start the Holocaust. And at the moment Hitler thought about the Holocaust, Hitler was Hitler. That doesn't, and I know people don't like this, it doesn't undo all the good things he wanted to do for Germany. What it does do is make him a fucking lunatic. Somebody said, the question I posted at the end of one of my shorts, I think these equality issues need to be addressed. The flip the script type test. Can you swap the political party gender and is it still okay? If not, you have to rethink. Yes. If the statement you make about anything can't be flipped and done as an advocacy, then all you're doing is putting in the words you want. Well, it was okay when the Obama administration under the FCC canceled Tucker Carlson. No, I'm not saying it was. I don't have to agree with your speech to defend your speech. I forgot who said it. My brain didn't go there. There's a really great quote. My brain is just going blank for a moment. The quote is, "I have not agreed with a single word you have said, but I will defend to the death your right to say it." It's Friends of Voltaire. It's Evelyn Beatrice Hall. Voltaire is... I do not agree with a single word you've said, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. That's what I believe with freedom of speech. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel was particularly funny. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel was particularly funny. I think he was already losing money. I think he wasn't. Jimmy Kimmel was not a Jon Stewart. Jimmy Kimmel was supposed to be like your friendly, I don't want to hear about politics show. I understand that everybody thinks that because they have a microphone, what they have to say is important. Jimmy Kimmel was the show people turned into at the end of a long day so that they could drink a beer, drink a glass of wine, relax before bed. If you want to hear political correspondence, Jimmy Kimmel isn't who you want to hear for. I think most people would prefer that more light, non-political comedy at the end of a day. Right. Which is why you have Jimmy Fallon, you have Jimmy Kimmel, and then you have Jon Stewart, Stephen Colbert, what is it you want to hear? I don't need them all to be the same. It's kind of like, Johnny Carson touched on politics very lightly, rarely seriously, and only in such a way as to remind his audience that he was a human, that he was an American, that he was aware of what was going on. And now here's the rest of my monologue to make you forget all the stupid shit you heard today. Like, I'm going to show a clip because we have to talk about the stupid shit. We literally can't ignore this clip. I literally want a new president. I want a new president.
Trump has ended all the wars in the world, especially the one between Azerbaijan and Armenia.
To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania as an example.
I would like to apologize very quickly. I stand corrected. Azerbaijan is actually pronounced Azerbaijan. And Armenia is pronounced Albania. I regret the error. Trump ended the war between Azerbaijan and Albania. Do better, do better, do better.
You can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this up. First of all, I could understand not being able to pronounce Azerbaijan. As my Middle Eastern friends have said over the years, your pronunciation of our countries in this side of the world, especially the Middle East, but also like Azerbaijan, your pronunciation sucks. But at least you're trying. At least, like, when people call it Qatar, it's not Qatar. It's not Cutter. It's Qatar. And I can't make the Q sound right, but at least Qatar is an attempt. Qatar. I joined the military. I'm not even joking. I joined the military and I walked in, and a bunch of people that had a lot more rank than me were talking about their upcoming deployment to Qatar. And I said, I'm sorry, I'm really new. Is that an air base that we have? They're like, no, it's a country. A country in what part of the world? Because I didn't want to drop the I teach geography shit. A country. Where are you headed? Qatar. Do you mean Qatar? No, everybody calls it Qatar. Well, I'm never calling it that, okay? I'm never fucking calling it that, you illiterate fuck. Yeah, I'm sure our allies are gonna love us. We have a president, Azerbaijan. First of all, fuckhead, they hate you. You didn't stop no war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. There was a military offensive back in September of 2023. A ceasefire was reached in September of 2023. Who in the fuck was president in 2023? Not fucking Trump. He had nothing to do with it. I saw somebody posted on my Discord. Yeah, I know, I can't make the sound. But fuck, man, I can barely fucking speak this language. Like, shit. Get off my fucking ballsack. I barely speak English. Read it, write it, I can do great. The words we use in this language, it's like too many vowels. What the fuck? Get all these extra. I hate extra letters. Get these extra letters out. Like, fuck off, extra letter. Go wherever you need to go. Donald Trump is. I swear to God, I don't get what Donald Trump is trying to accomplish. Donald Trump, he did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want what's best for them. I'm sorry. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're supposed to be the president of the whole fucking United States. You're not supposed to be the president of the people who like you, because nobody likes you. He's the president of MAGA. Well then, we'll just have to do, I can't go over that because layers.
In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent. In that private moment.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, they turned Kirk's service into a campaign rally. It was full of hate and propaganda. But you know what? Here's where all of the Democrats, all of the liberals, all of you are fucking morons. Because you keep showing up to fight and you keep fucking losing. This is the part, this is what I don't understand. If you can't win the fight, stay the fuck out of the ring. You can't beat the man. You can't beat him. You can't beat Donald Trump. Normally you beat a person like that by showing them to be a vile human being. Donald Trump, here, let's talk about, I'm going to show a clip.
Trump
that might get me in trouble. I'm going to show a clip that basically, this clip is entitled, "If the answer isn't no, it doesn't go well."
And I should note, Trump denies the Epstein letter, the Calendar Girls contest, and the claims of walking in on Miss Teen USA contestants changing. He also insists he broke off ties with Epstein before he was convicted of soliciting sex from a minor, and he's repeatedly denied being told his name was in the Epstein files, despite reports Pam Bondi told him months ago that his name was in there. And I guess, ideally, Trump would have Jeffrey Epstein on tape vehemently denying their connection. Unfortunately, what he's got instead is this moment in Epstein's 2010 deposition.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Yeah, not great. If the answer's no, just say that. Instead, Epstein started listing amendments like he was ordering off the value menu. I'll have the number 5, 6, 14, 10, 12, 3, and whichever else means I don't have to break bro code.
Okay, so first of all, so everybody knows a little bit of something about how a federal investigation works. The higher you go up for your security clearance, the more they investigate you. On my security clearance questionnaire, one of the questions was, have you ever spent quantities of time with a convicted felon? To which I answered, no. Because as a rule, as a military officer, I don't spend time with convicted felons. Now that's when I thought the answer should have been done with. And I sent off my security package. And a couple of weeks later, I'm in my office. Now, mind you, I'm in my office in a controlled section of a base, in a controlled building, in a controlled office. And so when I hear on my door and I look up and there's 2 guys in suits and I have no idea who the fuck they are, and I should know everybody on the visitors list for the day because I'm the highest ranking person in the building. I'm the guy who has to sign them to come in, and these 2 chuckle-a-fucks are in my doorway. I already know who they are. What's up, guys? They're like, Captain so-and-so, yep. We need to talk to you about your security clearance. Cool, you want to do it here? You want to do it in the conference room? They're like, we can do it in your conference room. Cool, we go in, and they say, do you know a person by this name? I know of a person by that name. And they say, what do you mean? I know of this person. I have never met said person. They looked at me and they said, how did you never meet your brother-in-law? Because he was deceased before I married my wife. They're like, well, he's a convicted felon, of which I am aware. So, but what does this have to, well, you didn't indicate that you spend large quantities of time with him. Guys, he passed away before I got married. I never met him. What answer? You don't want me to lie. So if I know that about how a government investigation works, how the fuck did Trump think his name wasn't in the Epstein files? Like, of course your fucking name is going to be in the Epstein files. That 2010 deposition would be in the Epstein files. So your name would appear in the deposition transcripts. There are photographs of you with the man. He's ridden on your plane. You've ridden on his plane. Now, again, that doesn't mean a squirt of rat piss if it comes to impropriety. Just because you know a murderer doesn't mean you were complicit in the crimes. It just means you know a murderer. I'm sure a lot of people knew Jeffrey Dahmer. They weren't serving him up finger food. I know a lot of people knew John Wayne Gacy. They weren't bringing him nurses. We've got to stop with the fucking excuses, right? If you are an American and you actually give a shit about politics, then every American could get the Epstein files released by next week. Every single American would just need to message their elected congressperson and say, if the fucking Epstein files are not released, come next November, we go shopping for a new candidate. All of the members of the House would vote to release the Epstein files. 1/3 of the senators would vote to release the Epstein files. Because, hey, it's real simple. This has gone beyond reasonable now. Either you release the Epstein files or we get a new candidate. It's that easy. It's that simple. It doesn't have to be complicated. I also would like to say, if today you were put in charge of preparing the Democratic Party to win in 2028, what's my strategy? Here's my strategy. Ready? My strategy is the same one. Stop bullshitting people. Stop trying to win. Stop trying to win with promising poor people jobs. You cannot simultaneously understand that the majority of the educated people are now in the Democratic Party as registered voters because they're looking, not because they like democratic values, but because they simply want tuition relief. Here's how I would campaign. Number one, we're going to balance the budget. Period. Dot. That our first and only goal is we are going to balance the budget. We are going to balance the budget and we are going to stop the bleeding that happens on 1 October. Come 1 October, between 18 and 19 cents out of every tax dollar will be going to just the interest on the national debt. I don't have to give you a higher minimum wage if I can reduce your tax obligation by 19%. If we stop wasting that money. Number two, I'm not going to promise you a higher minimum wage because a higher minimum wage is a terrible idea. Number three, we aren't going to be a country of socialist ideas, but what we're going to recognize is maybe we need some feudalism ideas. Maybe I don't need to give you a bunch of free shit. Maybe I need to give you the ability to get back up on your feet. friend of mine diagnosed with Hashimoto's, is working a full-time job. And this is what sickens me when the fucking idiots out there are saying shit like, well, all you got to do is work a full-time job. She works a full-time job. Her job is 84-0-84-0. She works 7 on 12s, 7 off. People have literally fucking told her to get a second job on her off weeks. From another side of the conversation, do I think Iran can actually achieve nuclear energy, or are they just buying their time right now? Yes, I believe Iran can achieve nuclear energy because Iran already has the technology capable of achieving nuclear energy. If Iran was... Right now, Iran is attempting to get light water reactors online. If we would stop blowing up Iran, they would get to light water reactors probably... Well, right now they're due to get to light water reactors still in a matter of months. Whether or not they stop at light water reactors and continue to enrich uranium for weapons grade is different. I think a lot of people don't trust... Where'd you go? I think a lot of people don't trust that the actual non-edited files would be released. They just release the same redacted bullshit that hides all the juicy info. Well, you got to remember that juicy info, some of the stuff that's redacted is victims' names. Victims have rights. A lot of what was redacted is irrelevant. Just work a full-time job is the dumbest thing. Inflation and taxes are out of control. If those things could be brought back with tolerable levels, then maybe we could make some meaningful progress. Right, and that's the hard discussion. The hard discussion is explaining to people why their world sucks right now. But their world sucks because they think getting higher wages fixes their problem. But we raised wages in California, and 3% of the fast food industry lost their jobs. What people, and I'm sorry, and I won't be an apologist for this, what people that don't have backgrounds in economics don't understand is inflation goes up, okay? Inflation goes up rapidly with more money in circulation.
I should know, Trump
There's this individual, because he can get away with saying it. I can't get away with saying it. He can.
Now, there's no place in Black America you can go and find the 4 essential institutions needed for a community: bank, school, supermarket, hospital. And you know why that's ironic? Last year, Black America in 2016, we spent $2 billion on Air Jordans, $4 billion on liquor and alcohol, $600 million on fast food, and we bought twice the amount of Mercedes-Benzes as white America, although white America has twice the wealth of black folk. So the question becomes, what is it about the Mercedes-Benz that makes it so attractive to African Americans even when they can barely afford it? And it's because it's a status symbol.
That's all.
And one thing we know about oppressed people, when you can't enjoy true freedom, you surround yourself with the symbols of that freedom.
Absolutely.
And that's why the Louis bag is so important. That's why our children will kill for Air Jordans. It's not the sneaker, it's what it represents. And if I believe I'm worthless, that means I can only add value to myself by what I put on my body as opposed to what I put in.
So that right there isn't just Black America. Where is Black America? Black America is... I dismiss your question out of hand, because where is Black America? It's not a physical place. It's a community. Black America is geographically black, predominantly black neighborhoods. My neighbor 2 doors down and my neighbor on the corner wouldn't say they live in Black America, because white, military, black, white, I don't know, white, black. My neighbor across the street's Hispanic, and I don't know anybody else on that side. My neighbor next door to me, all I know about him is he's a white postman. That's all I know. Black America is when you're talking about predominantly black residents. I'm never going to play this game where there's not a black America. There's a fucking black America. It exists. In fact, I can give you one great example of it. When you're going from where I live, near Scott Air Force Base, to Granite City, you definitely drive through an area that is quote unquote black America. Because it's like Kevin Hart said. Where do you find, what do you find in the poor black neighborhood? You find a check cashing place in the same building as a liquor store. We've got to stop. We've got to break the cycle of stupid. We have to break the cycle of stupid. What we have to do is we need to have a candidate that is willing to do exactly this. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the third column. We're going to talk about the yellow column. We're going to talk about why both sides can't give a little. I don't know if you saw the political cartoon. Do I have it? Should have it. Hold on. There was a great political cartoon this weekend where let me see if I can find it this way. Amazing political cartoon. Yeah, here it is. And I don't know how many times you have to say it till people will get it. This is all of it right there. They got you fighting a culture war to stop you from fighting a class war. And then what you have is you have the rich guy with his two pet political parties in the tank. This political cartoon sums up the problem. 90% of Americans are splitting 32.8% of the wealth between them. But people's natural response is to reach into the billionaire's pocket and say, I want what you have. I saw somebody make a dismissive argument because they're fucking weak mentally, and they said nobody will defend a billionaire like a middle-aged white man making $50,000 a year. Okay, well, I make a lot more than that, and I still defend the billionaires because I'm gonna dismiss your entire statement, Val, because you have so much bias and incorrect information. In that, you have so much incorrect information in that. I'm not even gonna address you. I refuse to address it based on the premise of your comment. Go and find me the factual backing for the back half of that statement. It's a great first half of the statement. But I'm going to dismiss the back half of the statement. Because statements like yours make it so that we'll never fix the problems. And the reason why is you're a frustrated Muppet. The person about the Black American thing says, I will say that my comment was coming from me being a frustrated Muppet. Asking where Black America is a Muppet statement. But if you're making it because you're frustrated, that's because we're in the middle of a culture war that is a proxy war because nobody wants us to fight the class war. Look, man, all I have to say is that every fucking post-apocalyptic future movie you've ever seen, you've always sided with the right people. In Star Wars, you sided with the rebels. In Divergent, you sided with the resistance. In the Hunger Games, you sided with the districts. You know who the fuck you're supposed to side with until it comes to the real world, and then you don't want to side with who you're supposed to side with. And when I say it's difficult to talk to people when they dismiss you, I'm not defending billionaires. I'm defending the idea that if you want capitalism to work, you can't start setting arbitrary numbers. I think that black versus white America is missing the issue. It's a poor America problem. It's not a poor America problem. And that's the point. Even in poor America, you will find better levels of infrastructure. Poor white America still has grocery stores. 1 or 2. Poor black America has Dollar Generals that basically keep you attached to never actually being able to get out of it. Poor white America still has mass transit. Poor black America is fucking Simon Phoenix's kingdom in Demolition Man, but the goddamn bus drivers just wouldn't listen. Well, in poor black America, the bus drivers do listen because that's where they cut the bus routes. You are right. It is a poor America problem. But what we call, and we should never live in a country where we have to do this, but because an American is an American is American. When we talk about median household income, but then we take out black America and we factor median household income of black America versus the aggregate versus we pull white people out. That's why I say you can make figures lie and liars figure. I can make data sound and do whatever I want. So you always have to ask the question of, well, what's next? This is the median household income. Okay, let's take the black people out, the white people out, and we can take the Hispanic people out, but we really shouldn't, for a simple reason of a lot of Hispanic people no longer identify as Hispanic. They said, fuck that, if I identify as white, I get treated as white. And since some of them look white enough to be white, they said, fuck it, we'll be white. So we can't really take the Hispanics out of the white number anymore, because then I don't think we're getting an accurate number. I think it's bullshit. I think that we have so much bullshit. For example, it's a state college, right? But they have out-of-state tuition. There's a kid 5 or 6 doors up the way. I'm actually nosy because I'm a nosy bitch. I want to walk up there. Their kid is going to Mizzou. I want to find out how much is their kid paying to go to Mizzou. I just want to know. Why Mizzou? Because Mizzou is the University of Missouri. And they do have waivers for out-of-state tuition, but I think that we shouldn't be admitting people from out of state above people in state that want to go, as long as they meet the prereq. But it's all about this at college. It's not all about this at college. Essentially, are we testing if race is statistically significant variable, even if it may just be the surface level issues, not the underlying issue? Ice cream and homicide thing all over again? No, because what you're saying is, here, let me see if I can pull the numbers real quick. Let Let me just see if I can get them. So the average median household income, and this is where it's important because we have to know what the figures say. So the median average household income in America is $80,160, right? See if I can get these two numbers quickly. So this is the median. This is the dead middle number. Except non-Hispanic white is 89,050. Black is 56,490. This is a very, very important pull-out number because when you say, well, what's a median? The median is the average number. That means for white, non-Hispanic white families, 50% of people make less than 89,000. For black families, 50% of people make below 56,000. But if I take the total average, you might say, well, I don't understand why black people complain because, yeah, it's the middle number. It's the middle number. 50% is below that. 80,160, 50% of black families make below that. But they don't because we took their data out. So their curve is radically different than the white people's curve. And that's what we need to focus on. What we need to focus on, what does the top number say, and why aren't we pulling out the other numbers? And until we do that, now, but there's a lot more white people than there are black people. Yeah, about 3 times as many, a little over 3 times as many. But that still means there's a range between 56,000 and 89,000 that white people, they all are above the median black until we get there. Yes, you're going to have white people whose annual income is 0. You're going to have black people whose annual income is 0. But these curves are going to look radically different. So when we try to apply a one-size-fits-all solution, and what kills me is you will have people go to their usual racist bullshit, and they'll be like, well, if black moms didn't have 5 kids from 4 baby daddies, shut the fuck up. There's a bunch of white women running around out there with the exact same fucking problem. Like, I met a girl when she was one of my clients. I have permission to tell this part of her story. White as a white motherfucker can be. 3 kids, 3 dads. She says, I don't understand why my life sucks so much. I said, you don't want to have that conversation with me because it's outside of the curriculum. So anything I say to you is just me as a person. She's like, well, I'd like to know what your opinion is. Okay, you have 3 children from 3 different dads. Obviously, you don't know what birth control is. Obviously, you don't know how to swallow. And you have already fucked up once and twice. And now you've got a 3rd kid and you're living in poverty because you didn't learn from the first mistake or the second mistake. And she just got this fucking angry look on her face. And I'm like, see, I told you didn't want to hear what I had to say. Next week, she comes in and she's like, can you help me with my resume? It's one of the things I offered. I offered resume assistance. I said, why? She's like, because you're right. I have to stop feeling sorry for myself. Yeah, a man ain't gonna fix your problem. And I know women don't like to hear this. Women struggle with this a lot. A lot. Ready? Women have value. Men have value. Men don't start off at birth with a higher value. Men don't have a higher value at 18 than their female peer. But what some women don't understand, here's age 18, here's a man, here's a woman, and then down over here, there's a woman with plus one kid. What this woman doesn't want to hear is that, let's say at the age of 18, we say that the value is 0. We say they're adults now, they have a value of 0. Well, then your value is negative 50. Because for a man to want to be with you, he has to agree to be a stepdad. Women get mad. Let's flash forward. Let's fast forward to 22. The man has a college degree. His value is 100. The woman has a college degree. Her value is 100. This woman maybe has an associate's degree, and she has now a 6-year-old. This college graduate is not looking down there for a partner because he's 100 and she's still a negative 50. What she's going to get is she's going to get the guy on her level. That's just it. That's just the fucking way it works. It's not like there's a big conspiracy. Men don't want someone's kids to become their problem. Men don't mind the kids. They just don't want the wife and the kids to be a problem. They want them to be a partner, capable of self-sufficiency. You're absolutely right. And that's the value thing. That's the value thing. If you have $100 in your pocket and you want to treat yourself to a nice meal, that nice meal might be hibachi. That nice meal might be a steakhouse. Maybe that's not your style, but you could do it. You could do it. If you have $10 in your pocket, shit, man, a nice meal isn't even a quarter pounder with cheese. Because that's going to run you $11.98. It's what is the top of yours. In my opinion, a partner makes personal problems exacerbated. If you were messy before, it's either going to be reinforced if the person is similar or conflict to some degree if they aren't. This is the growing together part of being together. Some will and some won't want to. That's your free one. You say any other stupid sexist shit, you just lose your right to say anything else on my channel. This isn't the channel that you're gonna come in and be a sexist bigot. I don't tolerate it. If the next thing that comes across your fingers is really ignorant, then I ban you and I report it. So choose your next words very carefully. By the way, that's not censorship. This is my house. You want to have your opinion and have that shit? Go start your own channel. I met a woman that was being flown out of state to give a speech for dissertation. Her boyfriend threw a fit and broke her TV and car window. Guy was unemployed and she cried when I told her she could definitely do better. She needed to set her sights higher. That is a big problem. People, I can't relate to this. I can't relate to this particular one. I don't get lonely. As long as I get bored, but I don't get lonely. I have cats. Even when I didn't have cats, I don't get lonely. I don't need personal interaction with people. A lot of people do. And they have self-esteem issues. So they won't go for a partner that's on their level. They end up with the douchebags. If you're working on your dissertation, am I an only child? No, I have 4 older siblings. But my older siblings are half siblings, so they weren't around all the time. My older siblings were only around. Meant to be transparent sarcasm, but I can understand how someone thinks it would be real belief someone on the internet has. Thank you. At least you acknowledge. Yeah. I get a lot of people in here that come in with racism, sexism, bigotry, transphobia, homophobia. I think where women need to understand is that it's a man's world, and that is slowly changing. And I am not in any way, shape, or form saying it's okay that it's a man's world, but it's a man's world. And to go even further with that, I'm not saying this is okay. It is a white, rich man's world. Everybody else is just living in it. And that's slowly starting to change. It's slowly, and unfortunately, in the last couple of weeks, or I'm sorry, the last couple of years, too many of these movements are going the wrong way. For example, Black Lives Matter got all offended. Black Lives Matter people got all offended when it turned into All Lives Matter. Why would you not want the movement to become All Lives Matter? Let me map this out real quick. Black Lives Matter. What was your goal? What was the ultimate goal of Black Lives Mattering? The ultimate goal is that we didn't have shit like what just happened to that college student where he was fucking hung, and it's been ruled no foul play, which means they're ruling that he killed himself by hanging. What was your goal of the Black Lives Matter movement? What was your goal of the Say Her Name movement? It was so that victims don't get forgotten. Well, the Black Lives Matter movement, some people tried to turn it into the All Lives Matter movement. And this got a massive amount of pushback. The problem is, the moment he did not, unless the autopsy report is publicly available, where we get the definitive, the broken arms thing was an internet rumor. The last I checked, he did not have broken arms, but I have not attempted to get the autopsy report. The problem is, if you're against the Black Lives Matter becoming All Lives Matter, then what you're saying, in a sense, is you want this. You are literally asking for separate but equal. That doesn't fucking work. You can't build a fiefdom inside of a system and say Black Lives Matter. Yes, the goal of the Black Lives Matter movement should have been, we want to be included in the all. We want to be included in the all, in all things at all times. I have no idea why the fucking movement was, let's do something that then hurts us. How are you a white man speaking on Black Matters? It works like this. I'm not white. I'm Irish. And if you know anything about Irish history, then you know exactly how the Irish people and the black people have a very shared history. I'm a person, I have an opinion because I'm allowed to have an opinion. I have a First Amendment right. I also have an education. I'm also probably the one person that the Black Matters wants, because I want you to be equal. So when you say Not when the opinion is dumb. No, your opinion is fucking retarded. That's my professional diagnosis of you right out of the box. Because I literally want you to get to the equality that black people want. I want you to be equal. I know more about the plight of black people in America than the average black person does because I actually study this shit. And if you had been here 10 minutes ago, so you're against free Palestine. No, I'm not against, should it be free every country? Hold on a second. I have a video on Palestine. It's on my YouTube. What? Am I against free Palestine? Am I against an idea that Palestine that's already politically recognized? No, you won't talk to my community like that. When somebody says something to you, you'll either be respectful or you won't be heard. When Palestine wants to be recognized politically by more than 130 countries, Palestine is recognized politically by 130 countries. Palestine legally isn't a nation because it requires UN approval to be a nation. I literally just did a video on this, and most of the critics have nothing to say about it because I literally said, if Kosovo can be recognized as a nation without UN approval, if the Holy See is a country without UN member status, then why are we dicking around with the United States being one of the P5 constantly vetoing, which just happened again this weekend? Palestine should be recognized by the United Nations because the UN General Assembly should have the ability to have an override of the Security Council. The United Nations is a completely useless organization. It can't stop the war in Palestine. It can't stop the war in the Ukraine because the United States can veto any security measure in Palestine and Russia can veto any measure to stop the war in the Ukraine. The problem becomes when the Palestinian people voted in Hamas in 2007, knowing full well that one of the articles of their charter is the destruction of the state of Israel. Well, then you elected a really bad set of political leaders. I have condemned for 2 years Israel. I have said that members of Israel's government should be collected on war crimes. My question for you is, if you're going to tell me as a white man I can't have an opinion on black matters, why the fuck do you have an opinion on Palestine? Because you can either be Palestinian or you can be black. You can't be both. Because Egyptians, where's my opinion? Well, you told me I can't have an opinion. And then you asked me my opinion about something. So why are you worried about Palestine if you're black? And why are you worried about Black Lives Matter if you're Palestinian? According to you, I can't have an opinion because of the color of my skin. That makes you a racist bigot. When I've literally just articulated why Palestine is already a country. So, if you want to run around Twitch, you can't be racist to white people. Again, I'm not white. I'm Irish. And you absolutely can be racist to white people. Racism, are you sure? Am I sure I'm Irish? Or am I sure that you can be racist towards white people? Racism is a perspective and a level of discrimination simply for the color of someone's skin. That's racism. By the way, DEI is racism. Affirmative action is racism. What race is Irish? Irish. What race is Irish? Irish. It's what they are. They're Irish. Because here's the trick. There's only one race. It's called the human race. Biologically, we're all the same. If you need A negative blood, I can donate blood to you. It's not that when I walk in, I have a choice of who my blood goes into. And A negative blood from an Irish person, who's going to tell this guy about phenotype? What about it? Again, are you saying that black people, because this is kind of what you're saying. Are you saying that my blood can't save the life of a black person? My heart, my liver, my kidneys can't be transplanted into a black person? They're actually a different race. They're so different that we're not compatible. Some blood types aren't compatible. I'm aware. A negative blood can go into a negative person. Every blood type is found in every color of every skin. So, A negative blood from me goes into anybody that's A negative. What else you got? Because you're like one more dumbass comment away from just not being here because you're an internet troll who wants to argue in bad faith. When I needed a blood transfusion, I didn't give a shit the color of the person's skin. I gave a shit that it was A negative blood. When you want to run around and be like this, it makes you the worst type of racist. You're literally so angry about racism that you've tried to conjoin Black Lives Matter with Free Palestine. Do you think there is more to race than blood type? No. I don't even think blood type has anything to do with race. As I literally said, all the blood types are found in all the races. There are humans. That's it. Everything else is color of skin. Eye color, skin color, it has to do with how far from the equator you are. Why are people near the equator brown-eyed and dark-skinned? Because they don't need as much light in their eyes, so their eyes are brown, and they need protection against skin cancer, so their skin is dark. So you've discovered variants within the human race. Well done. Hey, look at what you just said. I'm so fucking proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You got there. You got there. You said variants within the human race. I'm so proud of you. You walked yourself to the right answer. No, Irish isn't white. Because what's white? Why are you so caught up on race? Why? It's a skin color, sure. It's not my identity. Why are you so offended? You're like literally offended that a person would say to you, I don't identify as white. I identify as Irish. No, I'm not moving the goalposts. Who's talking about identity? I don't know. I was saying that it's weird that you told me I can't talk about black issues when I'm white, and then you bring up Palestine. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for somebody. Thank you to somebody that said it. Maybe if you did your history, you would understand that historically, white people were the shitbirds of Europe. Thank you, because that's why I make the point. White people came over to this country, and we fought, and we lived, and we died with slaves. In American history, we used to rebel together. Irish people and black people rebelled. Bacon's Rebellion. Get a fucking book out of your library and look it up. What they did to separate people is they created race. It wasn't until slavery in America. Right? We, black and Irish. Black and Irish, you numbnuts. Black people and Irish people who were here as indentured servants lived, fought, died, and rebelled together in Bacon's Rebellion, which I know that you don't know anything about. White people said, shit, we need to do something to break this up. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a definite line between indentured servants and slaves. We're going to dangle the carrot above the white people that look like us and say, hey, don't rebel anymore. You'll eventually get your freedom. Yeah, growing up, you never noticed your color. Now it's been shoved so far down my throat. The point is where I can see skin color and it makes me sad. Hold on. Let me grab your question because this is a great question. It's well and good to identify as Irish and not white, but Irish Americans are not discriminated compared to the so-called racial minorities, or am I wrong? You're wrong. Have you never heard of the No Irish Need Apply? You must not know your American history, right? Let me see if I can find a good one in a window. This was literally a constant, and you can look this up. This was literally a constant for Irish people that came to the country. Help wanted. No Irish need apply. Literally, Irish people weren't allowed. So we can decide what skin color to identify as. Could an Ugandan deny being black and claim Ugandan ethnicity only? Yes, they could. Yes, they absolutely could. And you know what? Not only could they should. And here's why they should do that. Because people like you just want to see the color of people's skin. Race is not an identity. You certainly just used it. You yourself said, I as a white person can't talk about black matters. So you, knowing nothing else about me, categorized me because I'm white. You didn't know that I'm a vet. You didn't know that I'm disabled. You didn't know that I'm a father of 5 children. You didn't know I'm a grandfather. You didn't know my education level or what my degrees are in. You are a walking racist. Does that prove race is an identity? I don't believe race is an identity. You do. You think it's an identity. You said I as a white man can't talk about black issues. You have given an identity to me based on the color of my skin. You have prejudiced me by saying I can't do something. You said you can claim or deny being white, making it an identity. You're trying to QED here. I said you can claim or deny being white. Correct. You already made it an identity at the beginning of the conversation. Black and African aren't the same thing, especially in the US. Correct. George Carlin has a great skit on it. Couldn't somebody from South Africa who's white come to America and identify as African American? Because they technically would be. They would be African American. And what if that person was only doing it to annoy black African Americans? Then George Carlin goes on to say, does he have to be specific and identify as a South African African American? This whole idea that people want to say what I can and cannot talk about based on the color of my skin is the most ignorant racist shit I've ever heard of. And it's why I'm glad we don't live in a democracy. It's why I'm glad we live in a constitutional republic. Because people want to say you can't identify as what? You're speaking from an incredibly privileged point of view. A black person can't separate themselves from being black because of your discrimination. You can because you're white. Hey, I got a question for you. This is a great one. Did you know for a long time in Ireland or in Europe, I couldn't do that? Ask the European members of the audience what would have happened to me in the early 90s to mid 90s in a lot of Europe if I walked around and they heard my accent. Because I want to remind you that until Europe started adding on Eastern European countries, Irish people weren't part of the in crowd. I walked into a lot of places speaking like this in England. I was at a big, great chance of being pinted simply because of the way I speak. And being pinted is when one individual decides to buy you a beer and another individual comes up and smashes a pint glass on the back of your head for no other reason than the way you talk. So don't come in here and start telling me what I can and cannot do when you don't know my history. No, what you're done is you're just done here. I'm not going to argue with a racist bigot on my show. I'm not going to have somebody that makes both sides of the argument. If they want to say what I'm already confused about, your identity isn't your physical attributes. Your identity, how you are identified is. But if you're going to come in and you're going to say shit like an incredibly privileged point of view, then you don't know anything about me. So I'll tell you what, if you don't like how I responded to you, then what you can do is you can go ahead and call me and we can talk about it. And if you can't call me because you don't have my phone number, you don't know me well enough to tell me what my point of view is. Just like I would never presume to tell somebody else what their point of view is. Now, the back half of your statement is you are correct. You are absolutely correct on the back half. In America, a black individual can't separate themselves from their racial identity, which is something I want to happen. And it only starts, and I seen Tom Holland say that once. Yeah, Tom Holland took it from somebody else too, by the way. I want to remind people that there was an answer given years and years and years ago for how we stop racism. years and years and years ago, there was a really simple way to stop racism given. And nobody followed it. Nobody followed it then. And I don't think anybody is ever going to follow it now. But we could get rid of racism fairly quickly. And apparently, since I'm white, I can't say it. So I'll let the guy that said it talk about it.
Black History Month you find
ridiculous.
Why?
You're going to relegate my history to a month?
Oh, come on.
What do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? No, well, come on, tell me.
Well, I'm Jewish.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month?
There isn't one.
Oh, why not?
No.
Do you want one?
No.
I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism until...
Stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man. I know you as Mike Wallace. You know me as Morgan Freeman.
Hold on a second. I want to stop you on something. And what I want to stop you on is what you just said. I want to stop you on something. You said, regardless of what I experienced, preaching that black people are able to separate themselves from their race is privileged. When did I ever say that? Let me stop you. When the fuck did I ever say that? That might be what you want me to say. I have never said black people are able to do that. I said I want black people to be able to do that. The question that was asked, Ugandan people should not call themselves black. I don't think I said should not call themselves. I said they should not have to, because that what was said. Let me see if I can still scroll up. What was said? Could an Ugandan deny being black and claim Ugandan ethnicity only? Yes. Yes, they could. I didn't say they should not call themselves black. I was asked a question. Could they claim only their Ugandan citizenship? Abso-fucking-lutely. No, I didn't say they should. I said they could. Because the question was, I'll even show you the question, although the guy's been banned. What the guy asked me was, the guy asked me, could an Ugandan deny being black and claim Ugandan ethnicity only? Yeah, they should. They should. They should do that. They should claim their Ugandan ethnicity only. Why? Morgan Freeman, let's stop having black. Let's stop having white. They should do that. Fuck them. I'm not a black man. What about this? I'll turn this one on you. Why is it you saying this is privileged? No, it's not, you dumb fuck. How the fuck is it privileged? How the fuck is it privileged? I grew up as a poor Irish immigrant. The fuck, you saying I'm privileged because I have white skin is fucking racist. It's a fucking racist statement. And here's the thing. I am probably one of the most open-minded to equality people you're ever gonna meet. What do you mean the majority of Irish people still experience white privilege in the West? No, the fuck they didn't. It's one generation back. You don't even know fucking history. Irish people were viewed as fucking terrorists. Didn't. The majority of Irish people still experience white privilege in the West. And then you said didn't in quotes. Where does the didn't in quotes apply? Because you didn't use the word did. This is what you said. The majority of Irish people will still experience white privilege in the West. But they didn't. They didn't. There are still, I'm talking about today. You're talking about today. Fine. Great. You know what happened? Here, if you're actually genuinely interested and you're not, and you want to, if you can put your racism in a fucking box for a second, and because when you call me privileged, knowing nothing about me, no, I'm talking about the issue. Okay, then why are you racist? If you're to the point where you say racism is crazy, why do you perpetuate racism by continuously saying to me, I had a privilege because of my skin color? Because you don't know my story. So why the fuck do you naturally assume that I got to where I am due to some white privilege? Do you know when the Irish Republican Army stopped their campaign of terror? You're like, white people had this belief. You have said multiple times, privilege. You said, I experienced white privilege. It's not a fact. Give me the facts. I don't deny white privilege. I deny I ever benefited from it. Give me specifics. No, I didn't. I don't have a privileged POV. You're being incredibly racist. You're being incredibly racist because you don't know my story. Where was the white privilege for me? Since you know so much about my life and you can tell me my POV is privileged, how did I benefit from the color of my skin? Please be specific. I never said you got to where you were due to white privilege. Well, then what privilege do I have? Because if I didn't get to where I am due to white privilege, how do I have a white privilege point of view? If I got to where I am through hard work, what the fuck does my skin color have to do with it? I said from where you stand, you can't comment on what Ugandans should do. Why not? Why? See, you right now, you're on defense. You're backpedaling. Why? Why can't I comment? I am hearing you. You're jumping around point to point. So what? You said, I said from where you stand, you can't comment on what Ugandans should do. Why not? You can't comment because you're white is a racist fucking statement. Because you don't know Irish history, so you're saying I'm white, so I'm privileged, not understanding that until the late 90s, people didn't like Irish people. Because they were afraid we were fucking connected to the IRA. Would you not at least benefit a little bit by anyone looking at you and treating you a little better than they would have done to a minority? Like you were not pulled over by a cop several times. I was pulled over by the cops. So, what? I've been pulled over many times. What's your point? See, the problem is you're trying really hard to justify reverse racism. Due to your skin color, I'm sure. I've never said I was pulled over for the color of my skin. We can comment, that's freedom of speech. No, just so everyone's clear, in this channel, you don't have freedom of speech. I believe that minorities are pulled over to a larger extent. They are pulled over to a larger extent. That doesn't mean I'm privileged. Black people get pulled over, profiled, pulled over by the skin color. Correct. That doesn't mean I'm privileged. If you really want to have an honest dialogue, what that means is you're discriminated against. That doesn't give me a privilege. That means what's happening to you is wrong, but your way to address what's happening, you have a lesser chance of getting pulled over. That's privilege. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. I'm not going to have a war of words with somebody who doesn't understand words. If you want to say that's privilege, you're never going to fix the problem. Because now, let me show you what you've done. Now, you're forcing me to be on the defensive, so you're making me use energy that I could say what's happening to you is wrong, but I have to use those words now that says that's a bunch of racist bullshit you're directing towards me. What you're doing is you're radicalizing people against you. What's my definition of privilege? An inherent advantage based on the color of your skin. An inherent advantage. Meaning, I got into college over a black kid because of the color of my skin. I got a job because I got an advantage. That's what a privilege is. You're trying to weaponize discrimination and say, because I'm discriminated against, you have an advantage. No, because you're discriminated against, you start at a disadvantage. No, it doesn't make me more privileged. That's what you're missing. What you're missing is this, and you framed your whole fucking argument wrong, and why you're never going to get ahead.
No place in Black America.
Why you're never going to move the mercury. This is the starting line, and I'm on 0, and you're on 0, right? because negative shit is happening to you, this is discrimination. And this shit is wrong. But you're saying that because through shit I never did to you, that I don't support, that I speak out against, somehow this, even though I'm still at the 0 line, me not being discriminated against is not privilege. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Because a solution to your problem then is then they should move everybody back and pull everybody over randomly. And I don't think that's what you want. I don't think it fixes the problem. I don't think it gets us ahead. I don't think it brings you back up and gets rid of the discrimination. If you're going to keep fucking throwing racist shit around, right? Then realize you're perpetuating a system where all the energy is going into understanding the problem. Ready? How about this? Why are black people arrested at rates higher than whites? They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be, absolutely. But why does that happen? Well, what happens is I have 10 patrol officers. This is a black neighborhood. This is a white neighborhood. This is mixed. This is mixed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I put 9 and 10 in here because the rate of crime is higher. Discriminate against everyone to fix this instead of stopping the discrimination against one people. I said I want to stop the discrimination against one people. That's literally what I said. But what you're saying is if you're calling it a privilege, then one way to fix the problem is to just move 0 back and put everybody on the same starting point. I'll ask you an honest question. If affirmative action and DEI solutions to college admission have been around for at least 30 years, why aren't the college graduation rates for black people on par with white people? I thought the answer was getting them into college so they could get higher levels of education. Wait, did we apply a solution that doesn't fix the problem? What do I think? I think that because somebody decided they wanted to look at the equation and they want to say white people go to college at this rate, then what we need to do is we need to take black people and we need to change the rules so they get into college at the same rate. What it doesn't help, what it doesn't fix is that this white person over here reads at the 11.7 grade level and they go to college. And this person right here who reads at the 11.2 level doesn't go to college because their slot went to this kid. But that kid didn't need to go to college. That kid needed all the money to go to their grade school because this kid reads at the 5th grade level. Now, the college gives this kid a $200,000 scholarship. This kid goes to college. The school gets a full $200,000 tax write-off for a kid that drops out after the first semester because he reads at the 5th grade level and can't do college. That school should not get all of the tax write-off for a kid who drops out in the first semester. Where the money would be better applied is figuring out why did this kid graduate 12th grade only reading at the 5th grade level? Is that because, as I've talked about, and I showed a video earlier, poor black neighborhoods aren't supported the same way by the state as poor white neighborhoods? Fuck yes, it would. Right? Fuck yes, it would. Would it be better to stop over policing areas and locking people up for bullshit offenses where dad is away from the home, loses his job because dad can't make bail? Dad doesn't get out tonight. Dad misses the next day of work, gets fired. Now it doesn't fucking matter. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm glad in some ways my state did the no cash bail law, but I think maybe at the top, murder. You don't think it's anything to do to systemic racism, putting poor black communities in a cycle of deprivation and preventing the majority of them from succeeding? I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. And the funny thing is, if I was a different individual, the fucking way you came at me, a lesser individual with the way you addressed me would have said, fuck it. I'm done advocating for equality. Because no matter how much of my life I spend talking about that, I get people jumping me about being a fucking racist. When you say white privilege to me without knowing my story, you're being fucking racist. So why would you be surprised when I respond then, putting my hands up in the air and say, fuck it? When somebody comes in and hears 15 seconds of what I'm talking about and says, I can't talk about Black Lives Matter issues because I'm white, fuck them. Then I'll stop caring if I'm a lesser individual. Stop using fucking what's happening to one group of people and weaponizing it against another group of people who have never fucking hurt you. Look, not gonna lie, whether you like it or not, every single white person has white privilege. No, the fuck they don't. I'm gonna ask you again now. You tell me how I got to where I am in life through white privilege. I also want to ask you a follow-up question, but give me some specifics about how I got to where I am through white privilege. Because the whole idea of a white privilege system, when you weaponize it against people who didn't benefit from it, is racism. I am the youngest son of an Irish immigrant, a poor Irish immigrant who worked 2 jobs to feed his kids. When you say, if you're less likely to experience police brutality walking down the street than a black person, no, that's not white privilege. And if you keep going down that road, then welcome to another 50 years of it. Welcome to another 100 years of it. Because what's going to happen, brother, is people like me are just going to give up. Because I didn't experience any white privilege. But you keep saying you did. But you can't tell me how. I've already said that police brutality against minorities is discrimination. I don't know how being less likely to get beaten up is not privilege. Well, again, you assume that I didn't experience that in Europe. And the Europeans in here will tell you until the late 90s, we were the minority of Western Europe. Nobody liked us. We couldn't get jobs. We couldn't safely travel. So when you say shit to me like my dad walking in, having to get stitches in his head because an English group of people fucking bricked him in the head, please don't fucking paint everybody with this fucking brush. No, it's not. I'm going to stop you here because what you're doing, filthy Celts. What you're doing right here is you're painting everybody with the same brush. The system is literally built against minorities and in favor of the majority white people. It's not. And you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, and you're just angry about racism. And your anger blinds your intelligence. If I still have the chart on my desktop, here's where your fight really is. If you want to really have a fight, I'll show you where the fight is. Here's where the fight is. No, you clearly are. I'm telling you, as a psychologist, you're clearly angry because you won't even move the mercury that there could be a white person who didn't experience white privilege. You can break it down for me, and I'm not disagreeing with you. Most of what you're saying, I agree with. But you keep saying I speak from a privileged point of view that I got because of the color of my skin. Jalan, we completely acknowledge the historic discrimination of Irish people, especially in the UK. But I still think there are valid points. So what you're saying, hold on. You acknowledge it. So what you're saying is an Irish person up until 1997 who lived in Europe had no white privilege because they were not seen as white. They were seen as dirty potato eaters. As long as, if you're willing to go that far to acknowledge it, then we can move forward. Irish people were treated the exact same way. Now, You keep saying white privilege, white privilege, white privilege, white privilege. You assume every white person had white privilege. Okay? Here's where your fight should be. Here's where you need to change the fight. Otherwise, you're destined to spin your wheels for another 50 years and never make it better. Here's where the problem is. This is 90% of the country. This is 90% of the country living on 32.8% of the wealth. If you actually give a shit about what you're talking about, there are more white people down here with the black people than there are white people up here. Numerically, there are more poor white people than there are black people. When you start saying this paint everybody bullshit white privilege brush, then how do we have more poor white people than we have black people? Now, somebody's going to say, well, look at the top of the chart, and the people at the top of the chart, 99% of the people at the top of the chart, I don't give a fuck about the top of the chart right now. We're not talking about that. We're talking about 90% of the countries sharing 32.8% of the wealth. So why the fuck are we running around saying white privilege, white privilege, white privilege? Why the fuck don't we call it what it is? Why don't we call it class privilege? Why don't we fucking put the fucking racism down? How's it been working for you? Is Black America better today than it was 40 years ago? Some people would say yes, most would say no. Why don't we fucking turn it around and say, yeah, you focused on the wrong 1%. Because white people are predominantly wealthier than Black Americans, but that's also in the majority. No, they're not. For fuck's sake. Okay, when you take a population that's 14% of a country and you compare it to the population that's 55% of the country, your statement was just because white people are proportionately wealthier. No, they're not. They're not. There are as many poor white people as there are poor black people. There's more poor white people than there are poor black people, simply by the way math works. And there's 5 times as many white people or 4 times as many white people. We gotta stop, man. We gotta fucking stop. Why don't we turn this about? It's about poverty. Because a poor black person has more in common with a poor white person than they have in common with Colin Powell or Michael Jordan or Shaquille O'Neal or Dave Chappelle or fucking Morgan Freeman, Terrence Howard, Samuel L. Jackson. Sorry, I don't know wealthy black women. It's an oversight of mine. I don't know any, but I know there are some. Fucking Rihanna. Sorry to go fucking pop culture. Why do we run around and tolerate anybody being racist? Oprah, thank you. Why do we tolerate anybody being racist? Why do we tolerate it? Why is it that because I'm white, somebody can say this is what I can and cannot talk about due to the color of my skin because I had a white privilege advantage, but on 5 or 6 or 8 times I've asked, please detail those advantages, and crickets. Well, you didn't get police brutality. Yeah, nobody should get that. So what you're saying is if I had suffered police brutality, then we'd be okay, and then you would make another excuse and move the goalpost another 10 yards. Look, that's fucking wrong. And how often do you find a white person that'll say, that shit's fucking wrong? Fucking racial profiling's fucking wrong. But I want to remind you that what you don't see on the other side of the fence is that Irish kids... You haven't I've taken in everything you've said. You're not the first. I don't know why you think you're the first person to ever say this to me. I've argued this point with black professors, white professors, politicians. The point is this. You're turning it about fucking race. But what you don't know is that, yes, I did get pulled over and I did get fucked with by the cops, but not because of the color of my skin. because they knew I was Irish and I would drive through the wrong fucking neighborhood because I'd drive out of the Irish neighborhood and then I'd get fucked with. I got fucked with because I drove a muscle car. I got fucked with because I wore a leather bomber jacket. I'm not saying it's the same, but when you say, but you've never been fucked with, I literally will, you could say to me the facts of something. Are black communities over-policed? Yes. Yes, they are. How do you know that you Irish through the car window? Because back in the day, we didn't have tint on our windows. Have you seen the stat that shows white median household is 10 times higher than black median household income? What do I say to that? I say it's wrong because I've already shown that in the show today. So I'm talking about like your physical appearance. Let me help you out. You may see us all the same. Okay, you may see us all the same. But just like Asians can identify other Asians, Europeans can identify other Europeans. Now, what do I say about how median household income being 10 times higher? Well, first of all, it's not. We have to stop that. But I don't say anything about it. I showed this once.
Now, there's no place in Black America you can go and find the 4 essential institutions needed for a community: bank, school, supermarket, hospital. And you know why that's ironic? Last year, Black America in 2016, we spent $2 billion on Air Jordans, $4 billion on liquor and alcohol, $600 million on fast food, and we bought twice the amount of Mercedes-Benzes as white America, although white America has twice the wealth of black folk. So the question becomes, what is it about the Mercedes-Benz that makes it so attractive to African Americans even when they can barely afford it?
So that's one reason. You said, how, man, I'm really trying to understand. Well, it's the same thing. Can you tell the difference between a Korean and a Chinese and a Japanese and somebody from Laos and somebody from Cambodia? The answer is no, you probably can't, but they can. In Europe, you can. In Ireland, we can hear somebody speak and immediately know what county they're from. Just like in America, you know when somebody's from Alabama versus Mississippi, just by word choice, accent. So just because you don't see it doesn't mean they can't see it. Now, as far as what you said, the government stats confirm 10 times higher. I didn't see the stat you gave me, but I'm looking for it. Households with a white, non-Hispanic householder were 10 times higher than those with a black household. Okay, let's see. Well, first of all, let me grab one thing for you before I even dig into this, right? This was based on this. So you always have to be careful when your data is based on a survey. Always be careful of that. Always go to the survey itself and look it up. I'm trying to, they don't do a really good job of telling me what they used. They don't do a good job of telling me what they used. But households with a black, well, let me do this. Let me actually, we'll go over and we'll see if we can look at it together. Hold on. Well, first, oh, do you have the census? Yeah. I want to show you what I'm talking, because remember, you've shown me something blind. I haven't had a chance to look this over. So, households with a white non-Hispanic householder were 10 times wealthier than those with a black householder in 2021. Okay. Hold on. Dude, fucking stop and give me a second. You obviously have read this, okay? I obviously haven't, okay? Households with a white non-Hispanic householder were 10 times wealthier than those with a black householder. Okay. Households with a white non-Hispanic had 10 times more wealth than those with a black householder. Households with a black householder were more likely than those with white householders to have unsecured debt, especially student loans and medical debt. Okay, this is... Oh, do I? Sorry, shit. A householder is a person who owns or rents... Well, I don't like... First of all, let's stop right here. Let's stop right here and let's do a big fucking foot stomp right here. A householder is a person who owns or rents a housing unit. That's... Yeah, householder and landowner. But let's talk that right there. That's a problem. Because we should be comparing homeowners to homeowners and renters to renters. Households with a white householder made up 65% of all U.S. households and held 80% of all wealth. In 2021, households with a white householder made up 65.3% of all U.S. households. Okay, so we have 10% mixed families. I can live with that. No, hold on. I'm having a problem here without being able to dissect this. Let me check one thing real quick. I want to check two facts real quick. So we have a 7% variance between the population of white and households. But black householder made up 13.6% and black America was 12.4%. Okay, we'll live with it. But only held 4.7% of all the wealth. Okay. I have this chart still. Let me grab this. I want to cross-reference a number. Does this line up with 2020 1.9? Okay, so I'm gonna say off the bat, I have to dig into this more because this goes in contrast to... Oh, no, it doesn't. No, yes, it does. Something doesn't sit right here with the numbers, as far as I'm concerned, because in 2020, the bottom 50% of the population held 1.9% of the wealth. But we'll keep going. Wealth is the value of assets owned minus the value of debts owed. Yes. 1 in 5 households with a white householder and 1 in 20 households with a black householder had a wealth over $1 million. Well, this right here, absolutely important, right there. Distribution of wealth, absolutely. Just under 1 in 4 households with a black householder and 1 in 12 with a white householder had 0 or negative wealth. Households with negative wealth do not have a direct safety net to draw upon in times of need. They are more like they're operating in debt. Okay, cool. Okay. Assets at financial institutions, vehicles, equity and own home. Well, this right here is what I was talking about earlier. That right there is a huge fucking problem. Well, you said we've had these statistics for decades and had hundreds of government programs to fix them, and they never get any better. So seriously, what the fuck are we doing at this point? We're not fixing the problem. That's the problem. Because we're not putting the money into the one institution we need to put the money into. And that money needs to go into education. Putting money, I do not want to be the bearer of bad news, but if you're putting money into everything but education, you're just making people dependent on these social programs. Yes, households with white are more likely, yep. Those with white householder, 1.1 times more likely to have assets such as a checking or savings account. All right, this is a big one that, and I do not understand why black Americans are more likely rather than less likely to cash all their checks at a check cashing place or at Walmart instead of having direct deposit into the bank. I do not understand that. This is a big one. 1.8 times more likely to own their home. And again, home ownership is the biggest problem we have, everybody. I'm from Minnesota and half our budget goes to education and our graduates still read at half the grade level. It's not a money issue. Well, just because half your budget goes to education doesn't mean it's not a money issue. If half your budget, if half your budget is going to education and you're still not fully funded. White households on average have more valuable assets and less harmful debt, while black families have fewer assets and more burdensome debt, leading to a... Did you just chat GPT this for me? Because that's an EM dash. A big racial wealth gap we should acknowledge even if we would have problems with some details or specifics. But here's the thing. I like your perspective. I would talk to you all day. See, I would talk to you all fucking day on the issue because you want to talk about the actual issue. It's not a fucking racial thing. It's not a racial thing. It's a fucking class thing. If you go to some areas, you will find crippling poverty and it's a white neighborhood. And if you go to certain areas, you will find crippling poverty and it is a black neighborhood. We shouldn't be worried about the color of the poor person's skin. We should be waging a war on poverty, not a fucking war on poor people. But the first guy that came in who literally wants to make everything about race, then fuck it. Then you're not going to move the mercury. Because what's going to happen is the first thing is going to be like, well, you only got to where you were because of white privilege. Okay, I don't accept your premise. You should what? I should sacrifice. I should apologize. I should pay reparations. What the fuck should I do? Like, all these discussions are just, yeah, great. Let's keep ripping the scab off of the wound instead of letting it heal. So, Europe considered most of Europe white with the exception of Eastern Europe. It was more in the way that U.S. immigrants were considered not white by the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who founded the U.S. The trick is this. I'm not against people who want to say some white people have a head start. If we go back to our model of what I said, and I don't deny this is the reality. I don't know why people think I deny this is the reality. Right? You and me are on the zero starting line, but you're black. So due to a bunch of systems, I do not discount the idea that you get pulled back to the -50. Now, if you call it white privilege, I'll argue with you. I don't know why the fuck that poll lasted that short. I will argue with you to the end of time about that bullshit. With that said, I think we need to focus on this part as well. This is the rich, white trust fund kid who, by the way, doesn't fall into the same category economically as the other people. They come from that upper echelon. I want to make two changes in America. The first I want to do is I want to get rid of this shit, right? I want to bring them back up. I also want to teach this person and this person This right here is called life. I don't want to put 100 pounds of disadvantage on top of the rich white kid to bring them back to zero. I don't want to do that because I don't want to do that to Michael Jordan's kids. I don't want to do it to Shaquille O'Neal's kids. I don't want to do it to any rich kids' parents' kids, because the whole point of this game is get rid of the fucking racism, but get rid of all of it. Get rid of all this fucking racism, right? Get rid of all this fucking racism. For example, I'm gonna go fucking on a bunch of racial issues today. Every single black American needs to look at the people who are still talking about slave reparations and say, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Fucking move on. Well, this country was built on the backs of slave labor. Okay, so first of all, slavery wasn't legal in all the states. Problem number one. Problem number two, I am more than happy to pay all the descendants of all of the people who say my family came here in slaves. I'm all for that. You'll hear me say it. I am all for saying we will pay you because your family was brought over here in chains. Absolutely. We will give each one of you $300,000. But you owe $1 to the family of every Union soldier who paid in blood. Okay? So now, I will give every person who can prove their family originates in slavery. And so now, you're $60,000 worse off than you were at the beginning of the discussion, because 360,000 Union soldiers died to end slavery. I'm fucking tired of the discussion because it's been going on and it's never going to get us anywhere. Because number one, who pays? Why the fuck would I ever want to pay for slave reparations? My family didn't benefit from that. And as you've heard me say, I am never going to roll over on the thing that you had white privilege, unless you can tell me precisely how I had it. Now, people that have been on my show for years will know I didn't know what a black person was until high school. I went to an Irish Catholic grade school. I didn't meet my first Mexican until sixth grade, maybe, when we had a transfer student. And the funniest fucking part about it is the transfer student had an Irish last name. Dad was Irish, mom was Mexican. To be fair, 300K is an arbitrary number. Could well be 400,000, and now they're be up 40. Right, but it's also an arbitrary number that you only give $1 to all the families. So you want to make it 400,000, now you owe $2 to all the Union families. They're all arbitrary numbers. We have to admit that black culture is just as much to blame. Why do we have 3,000 million rappers who pretend to be bangers and spend their money on not something constructive? I refuse to blame white people for everything. That's dishonest. You are absolutely right. If you're not willing to admit that DEI is racism, affirmative action is racism, college admissions based on race is racism, promotion standards based on color of skin is racism, well then fuck it. Then what we're doing is we're going to continue having the fucking class war, or the culture war. We're going to continue to have the culture war when we really need to get around to having the class war. And I want to be alive long enough to fix the class problem. But I saw somebody say it. You could redivide all of the wealth. Just to challenge that, descendants of the Union soldiers have not lived with the same discrimination and oppression as descendants of slaves, so there's less ground for repairs. Actually, let me counter with, no, they haven't, because they fucking died. You're right. They didn't live with that discrimination. They fucking gave their life for your ancestors' freedom. So I fucking don't know, man. I think, yeah. Can Carthos get money back from the Egyptian government? Can I get money back from all the businesses that said no Irish need apply? Literal survivorship bias. If we can't put down racism, I'm going to say this, and it's something that I discussed with Dr. Michael Clark, who was an African-American professor, and him being African-American is only important due to the fact that he said it, not me. As we were talking once, and this was in the year 1997 or 1998, and he said, one day, the white people are just going to get fed up with the black people, and then there just won't be any black people. And this was a black man saying it. I think what happened to that young man at the college campus was morally reprehensible. The word fuck is amazing. You can even put it in the middle of words. You're telling me I would have to see the psychological profile on a black man who hung himself. That happens so fucking rarely. So rarely. Black men will kill themselves in an awful lot of ways. Hanging themselves is almost never an option. I want to see the fucking psych profile and that kid's history. Let's stop. You're in a southern fucking state. Kid was fucking hung from a tree. Kid was black. College is predominantly white. Union soldiers who died must have already had offspring if they have living descendants, or brothers, or sisters. But their descendants could count statistically living a better and easier life compared to descendant slaves. Stop it. Fucking stop. Fucking stop. I'm tired of that shit. You can't stop being racist. Why can't you stop being racist? Where the fuck is the difference between a poor white person and a poor black person? Fucking stop, man. It's fucking infuriating. You keep saying this shit like statistically living. No, there are more poor white people than there are black people. What the fuck part of that don't you understand? The median number means it goes from a number down to 0. That's how a median works. Just because white people are 10 times more likely to have more wealth doesn't mean there's not fucking poor white people to your left and your right on whatever economic line you're on. People gotta stop this bullshit. If you have to tie everything back to race, then fuck it, you're a racist. And just say you're a racist. We can't stop racism if one of us wants to stand in the bucket of racism. My racism's okay, but not yours. No. Stop. There are poor ass white people. There are poor ass black people. Period. Dot. That's it. There is I fully acknowledge that a white person and a black person with 0 are both poor. That is not your point. That needs to be your point. That needs to be the only fucking point you ever make. That needs to be the point. And if your point in any way, shape, or form brings in race any other way, you're fucking racist. Maybe nobody's ever told you that. But if you keep bringing in race, you're fucking racist. Period. It's not about race. It's about fucking poverty. It's not about race. It's about fucking poverty. I also want to remind people that the idea of fixing poverty through giving people money will never work. Every economic model out there shows within 3 generations, we would have ultra wealthy and ultra poor people again. It is a flaw of capitalism. It is a flaw of capitalism. I mean, sure, but in terms of reparation, this is like payment for something your ancestors did to another person. Well, here, there's a great example of it. Yeah, it happened 3 years after the COVID payouts. This is what
California, probably the most crazy. California.
This is reparations in a nutshell. I love Rob Schneider. He's been blacklisted in Hollywood, so he's back to doing stand-up.
Most craziest state. They passed this thing called slave reparations. California's going to pay slave reparations to people who were never slaves, to be paid for by people who never owned slaves in a state that never had slaves. That's like paying child support for a child you never had with a woman you never f***ed. You know, it just doesn't...
We gotta stop this shit. We've gotta stop being fucking racist and saying, because racism exists, I want more racism. California's gonna take it from taxes. It's bullshit. You have really good intentions, and I agree that class is the most important variable in someone's life. It can be at the same time true that other variables intersect with it, such as race, gender. Then here, let me help you out. Ready? Let me help you out, and you can decide, you can look in the mirror, and you can decide which part of life you want to be on, right? I'm going to say this in very clear terms. You can make a choice. You can make a choice right now. You can go look in a mirror, and you can make a choice right now. You can make the decision to understand this is about poverty, or you can turn around and you can continue to say this is about race. But if people keep forcing the white privilege, you had white privilege. No, I didn't have white privilege. I didn't have an advantage. I started at 0. You started at a disadvantage. There's a white guy ahead of me that starts at 100. He's white, I'm white. Where the fuck is my privilege? If you keep talking about this bullshit, then the rest of the white people are going to be like, you know what? How the fuck do I get the fuck down there? Get down there. Get down. How do I get up? Fuck off. I'll step on your head again. How do I get up there? If you keep turning this shit about race to people who never benefited due to the color of their skin, and if you want to keep saying, oh, but you didn't get arrested or you didn't get discriminated and this and that, shut the fuck up. Either you want the people as an ally or you don't. That's it. Either you want, and the reason why this works, and there's an awful lot of white apologists. Guess what? It's been about 10 years. You got all the white apologists you're gonna get. Why don't we just do it my way? If everybody could tell me why my way is bad, why don't we reinvest in poor areas? Why don't we do that? Why don't we, instead of giving kids scholarships to go to college that they fail out in the first semester because they have a 5th grade reading level, why don't we say, you know what? Instead of the university picking 10 underprivileged kids and giving $2 million in scholarships, why don't we look at the poor school that those kids came from, and why don't we fix it? I saw somebody say money doesn't fix the problem. Money does fix the problem. The problem is the poor schools, all their money is being tied up by administrators who take all their time and write grants to get more money, and none of the money ever goes to the teachers. You get a really good teacher in a school district, what happens? They get 2 or 3 years of teaching experience on their resume, and then they go to a school that they're going to make more money at. Teachers should be paid a hell of a lot more than they are, and we need to, like, I'm sorry, you have a fucking football team that hasn't won a state championship in 25 years. Maybe we should get rid of the fucking football team and the $700,000 it costs the school district every year. We have more than 2 million kids play high school football every year. 77,000 college slots total, and 1,700 some odd go to the NFL. Maybe we should look at some of these college or some of these high school sports teams and say, you know what? That's yeah, your team is ass. If we address poverty without any regards to race, we will eventually evaporate the racial wealth gaps. We may be able to accomplish that even quicker with just a little specific targeting at the poorest groups, but even if we don't, it would be an amazing start. There you go. There's the fucking answer right there. There is the fucking answer. That's the answer. Because if we stop all the fucking energy going into the racial discussion, look, you're poor and you're black, it sucks. You're white and you're black, it sucks. You're Hispanic and you're black, you're Hispanic and you're poor, it sucks. If I said white and you're black, I was wrong. You're white and you're poor, it sucks. You're black and you're poor, it sucks. You're Hispanic and you're poor, it sucks. Where the fuck are the Asians? Where the fuck are the Asians? Why? Wait, where the fuck are the Asians? Why are there no Asians in this? Okay, we don't got time to be poor. Ronnie Chang, we ain't got time to be fucking poor. We don't. If an Asian family is poor, the rest of the Asian family looks at them and says, "You're a fucking embarrassment. This is middle class. Get the fuck up here. Get the fuck up here. We will not have poor Asians." That is what I mean. It's part mentality. Asian families value hard work and not being victims. I make this joke, and if you find this joke to be borderline racist because of the little bit of impression I do, then fine, you find me borderline racist. I'm not intending to be racist. I'm tending to put emphasis. I had Asian friends, and I heard similar shit all the time. Me as a dad, I say to my kids on the first day of school, good luck, have fun, do what you're supposed to do. My kids know what that means. It means go to school, sit down, shut up, listen to the teacher, fetch me A's. That they know what they're supposed to do. But my kids know that I love them if they bring home B's. Not in an Asian family. Not by a fucking long shot. Asian family. Today is the first day of school, and if you bring home 1 B, I kill you. Well, holy fuck, man. I wonder why that kid gets all A's and the fucking American kids get B's and C's. One kid's going home to I'm gonna love you no matter what. One kid's going home to I'm gonna fucking die. Asian culturally don't view certain things as poor, not depending on Asian culture. Yeah, Ronnie, like, it's how it is. What if instead of us spending billions of dollars to feed kids because we've got hungry kids in this country, what if we made the school day longer? What if we did this? Let's just try it, right? What if we open the school at 7 o'clock in the morning, right? And what if we kept the school open till 5 o'clock at night? And that's 10 hours that the school is open. So that single mom or single dad or working mom and working dad, they have time to drop their kid off at school and go. What if we recognize that parents, what they really need is a 6 o'clock drop off for childcare because they got to be at work by 7. What if we recognized that they need to be able to get their kid at 6 because of childcare? So we have 12 hours. What if we did that and then at 7 o'clock we fed the kids breakfast, and at noon we fed them lunch, and at 4 we fed them dinner? And now what we can do is we can give less money to the mom and the dad who are on food stamps, because Monday through Friday we're feeding the kid, right, 15 out of the 21 meals of the week. So we know the kid is getting fed. What if we take that a step further? What if we know 54% of Americans can't read above the 6th grade level? So what if on Saturday we had reading time where both the parents and the children can come in and improve their education? What if we had late school and early school to accommodate parent shifts? Late school and early school, that's why I said you can drop your kid off at 6 in the morning, can drop your kid off at 6 at night. You can't really have late school and early school. I mean, we had an alternative school in the school district I worked at where the kids that had been expelled had to come back from 4 to 8. That was a bit of a pain in the ass. It's doable, but it's doable more for high school kids. And I get it. The people that are against the schools doing childcare are the private healthcare facilities. So, we actually do this in Sweden until 11 or 12. Early breakfast open for everyone and food in the afternoon. Right. It would depend on the school district if there are enough students to fill off-time classroom. Also true. What if companies were better regulated? You can't regulate the companies. That right there is where you put a hard stop. You said, what if companies were better regulated? Companies don't get regulated. This is laissez-faire. This is laissez-faire capitalism. We can't. Where people start to get upset is people don't understand how economics works. Everybody, like, again, the average American, 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level. How can the average American know college level economics, business management? How can they read their Bible? When I have people that I know can't fucking spell the Cat in the Hat try to tell me Bible interpretation, I say, who told you that? And they always get this like offended look on their face. I'm like, dude, you're as dumb as Fire Engine Red. You didn't read your Bible and come to that fucking conclusion. How can they know current affairs well enough to vote? They can't. And that's why there's not a big push for literacy. I'll tell you right now, if we passed the fucking reading test required to take to vote, I guarantee you, if we changed the Constitution where you had to read at a 12th grade level in order to vote, the Democrats would fix the fucking school crisis in less than 10 years. Sure, it's capitalism. Fuck. Let me stop you. No, they can't. Let me help you out with something. This is one of those that you want a solution that doesn't work. Companies could be regulated in terms of the government can mandate up to 4 years maternity leave for parents while their position is held. No, they can't. How the fuck do I hire a replacement for you when I don't know when you're planning on coming back? How do I hire a temp for a 4-year position? What does it mean to read at different levels? How do you gauge that? They do it all the time in Europe. And ready? There's a reason why one of our states has a GDP higher than most of your countries. There's a reason why the United States' GDP is what it is. We care about making money. We care about productivity. You can also be unemployed in Europe and not die. You also pay a fuck ton more in tax. Like, this is the thing that people don't understand about Europe. Europeans, you don't understand. Why do Americans have so much wealth? Is that really working now when no American attain? Stop. What do you mean no American can attain the American dream? What do you mean no American can attain? My property tax is like $30. What's your income tax? What's your VAT? What's your window tax? Your property tax is $30 because you're already taxed to shit and back. Some European countries have a 22% VAT. The highest we have in our country is 10. And those are usually in states and locations that don't have high property tax. He has a 25% VAT. How do you measure people's reading level? A reading comprehension test. There's tests that determine your reading level. We can give them to students. Students take them almost every year now. Is high reading level not especially useful for achieving a high GDP? No, it's not. You don't need a lot of thinkers. You need a lot of doers. Yeah, so you have a 21% VAT. That's 21% added on every time you make a consumer purchase. That is where Europe funds a lot of their social programs. I wish I had kept it. I did a study once, and I raised up a fictional person in America and Germany, and a fictional person that grew up in America has $500,000 more wealth. Yeah, you make way less here, but I'm able to live way better than I did in the US, which means, no offense, you were a lower middle to upper lower producer. There's a reason why people that are in the bottom 33% want to go to Europe. You can live a very comfortable life in Europe and not really do much. I told some European people what I charged for a contract, and they were like, holy shit, really? Yeah. And that's not even at the high end. I don't have my black belt in CPI. I charge $75 an hour. I worked in pathology and cardiology as a tech in the US, and what? Upper, lower, middle. You worked. Because my university degree was useless. I want to grab that point for a second. Your university degree was useless. I would be furious at the government person who wrote you must go get a degree in that. I'd be furious at that person. It's almost like in America, it sucks that our high school guidance counselor and some person from the government tells us what we have to get our degree in at college. How many people do I know that went to college and got useless fucking bullshit degrees? Lots. How many people went to a college? It just happened that tech changed as I was ending university. Yep. How the fuck did your professors, who are supposed to be those who lead you out of ignorance, how did they not know that? They didn't give a fuck. I want to remind people that the word educator is one who leads out of ignorance. We've turned the word teacher, and Karthos, if he's still here and not in between things, we've got to change a word in America, in my opinion. A really, really important word. We've got to get this, right? And this changed. Right? This is a noun. This is a noun. This is made up of an active verb. Teach. Teacher, one who teaches. We need to change student to learner. One who learns. One who learns. Jobs love seeing degrees, even for things that aren't relevant to them. Some places love proof that you showed up on time, you did the work accurately, and that consistently over a period of time. That's why I say all the time about a college degree. A college degree doesn't mean shit about shit. A college degree means that you showed up on time and you found a way to finance it, and that really is it. For most students, the income potential of their area of study should be their first priority when choosing to go to college and what to study. You're right, it should. When I was just a wee lass, I thought about this really cool job field called forensic science. There were only 6 universities in America that offered follow-on graduate degrees in forensic science. I went and on a career thing, I went and talked to the forensic science person. They told me what the job would entail and how much I would make. And I said, I was maybe 11 years old. I said, I really love the salary idea. I can't Not even gonna fathom that. I'm not even gonna fathom the level of work. The one thing they said is that the first time you make a mistake, that's it. Your career is over. I don't want to be in a career where the first time I make a mistake, my shit's over. Most kids are still dumb at 18. Lots don't have proper guidance. Many don't even know what they want to do because they don't know it's even out there. And those are all the problems with why I say we can keep talking about racism or we can fix education. But one big problem in high school. I told you guys the story. I had a kid, dumb as a box of rocks. End of the first week, kid had an F in my class. Didn't do any of the work. He had this form, and I put F, circled the F to make sure nobody could turn it into an A, and then on the line about eligibility, I wrote ineligible due to civics grade. That way there was no whiting that form out, no nothing. I teach my last period of the day class. After the end of the day, there's this guy here, and he's like, you need to change what you wrote on this form. Nope, not gonna happen. He's like, you can't put that on the form. I can because he has a straight 0 in my class. It's only the first week. I don't give a shit. I gave 4 assignments, he did none of them. He literally has 0 out of 4 points. Instead of them saying this basketball player has to sit because he's academically ineligible, they transferred him into another civics teacher's class so that the new civics teacher could write 0 out of 0 eligible on his form. Did that kid grow up to go to the NBA? No. Did that kid grow up to go to college? Yes. Did that kid not stay on the college team because he couldn't fucking read? Yes. What does it college coaches say to their students? You're not here to get a degree, you're here to take some basket weaving and kick some butt. Yeah, people can be trained to do a college level degree job without a degree, thus making it not a college level degree job. I value higher education, but sometimes think it exists to give the perception of legitimacy to maintaining class inequality. It does. Yes, it absolutely does. All a college degree does is create class inequality. And so much so that, like I said, I had an individual arguing with me who was using ChatGPT because, as I say often, what's wrong with our society is this is the flaw in the new America. This right here. We live in a time where intelligent people are being silenced, so stupid people won't be offended. And that's all there is. That's all it is.
Now, there's no place in Black America you can go.
Gonna switch news a little bit. We're gonna talk about this one.
Pennsylvania has a filial support law where children can be held responsible for their parents' unpaid nursing home bill, even if the children are disowned, estranged, or were abused. The state of Pennsylvania or the nursing home empowered by the state can sue you to pay for your parents' unpaid bills, which is just insane. I didn't think I would be reading an article from the Pennsylvania Elder Law Library today, but what I saw was shocking. I am aware that other countries have these kind of as national laws. They tend to be countries that have a culture much more focused on family and worried about children abandoning their parents. And this law was designed basically to allow nursing homes to collect fees from children when their parents run out of money and can no longer pay. It's especially important when the parents are not on or don't qualify for Medicaid or Medicare, and important when the parents have gifted all of their resources to their children and then just expect the state to take care of it. So what's wild about this, there are a few exceptions here. Pennsylvania has a filial...
I hate the fact that he gets to the punchline of the joke at the end. If you've given away all of your assets, and then yes, they should be able to come after you. But I would like to know which people are ineligible for Medicare if they're in a retirement home. An aid facility would be different. Like, in theory, if I didn't have my youngest kid, and something happened to my wife, I would have to give considerable thought into living in an assisted facility. The neuropathy that I have in my hands and my feet, sometimes, like, I find myself in situations where I'm rather fucked. Like the other day, I said I had forgotten my wife and my daughter had gone to the movie theater, and I got into a bath, and then my hands and my feet went numb, and I'm sitting there for a while thinking, how the fuck am I going to get out of this bath? Now, that's why my watch is a phone, so I can call my family if I'm sitting somewhere. I'll be like, hey, I need some help, even if I don't have my phone with me. My watch is also a phone. If my wife died, I would have to think about I'd have to think about living in an assisted facility. But I couldn't imagine doing that. Do I still drive? I do still drive because I have no driving restriction. The problem isn't dexterity of a vehicle. It's my ability to get out of a bathtub. Like, because you have to be able to stand up. So once I'm seated, I'm okay. It's not like I don't feel my feet. It's that it's not like I can't control the brake and the gas. It's more like my body says, why are you trying to put weight on us at that angle? Like when I stand up and I put my hands down, my body will just sometimes say, nope. It'll give me the same shock response of if you had a broken limb. My body will say, nope. But no, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be driving. So one of the things I've said is when I move, I don't want to live on like the back end of a subdivision. Yeah, no Corvettes for me. Absolutely. I want to live on like the front end of a subdivision that's right near the market, like where I can walk and get a cup of coffee and a newspaper. But I can't believe that we're living in a world right now where you can sue the kids. Like, that shouldn't even be, like, I didn't sign a contract with you. But he gets to the point at the end. If the parents have sold all of their assets and given them to the kids, then yeah, the kid's responsible for it. It's just like the girl a couple of weeks ago when I showed the video. Why don't old people just max out their credit cards and then give shit to their grandkids? I don't know, because it's fucking illegal.
Pennsylvania has a filial...
Three, two, one, boom. Okay, Vladimir, the deadline is passed very strongly. Yep. Just to be clear, I mean the deadline for you to end the war in Ukraine. Yes, I know. I got push alert. So you don't give a shit? No. Jesus, help me out here. Could you at least make some excuse? Like, your dog ate the deadline, or one of your cronies fell out a window and landed on your laptop, and now you gotta deal... Something. No excuse. War is fine. So you're not gonna... Yet. Fair enough. I'm gonna go play some golf, and maybe I'll see you next week. I like it. Public version.
I'm surprised Donald Trump hasn't threatened them with a lawsuit. Donald Trump, I'm going to end the war in the Ukraine on day one. Hey, Bubba, it's September 22nd. It's September 22nd, man. We are at the point where it is September 22nd and you still haven't ended shit. Like... I don't know how we got here, but we definitely need to not be here anymore. The U.S. vetoed Palestine becoming a country again. I don't know. I don't know how we stop the war in Palestine if we can't get the UN to actually be able to do anything. Hardline lawmakers demand nuclear bomb as Iran braces for UN sanctions. Hardline lawmakers in Iran have once again demanded the country start building a nuclear bomb as Western powers are days away from reimposing UN sanctions amid concerns war could restart with Israel. Led by a lawmaker from the ultra-conservative Holy Shia city of Mashhad in northeastern Iran, 70 members of parliament signed on to a letter calling for a change in defense doctrine. A pro-Palestinian president who appoints a pro-Palestinian ambassador to the UN could make that happen. They could, but that will never happen. The United States is never going to recognize Palestine. Ever. Am I not understanding the Palestine versus Israeli conflict correctly? Isn't this just religious conquest? It is religious conquest. It is the wholesale extermination of a people. When every day, this is where when I realized our government was fucking cooked. When every single day, the headline is, how many Palestinians has Israel killed? You're done. You're done as a country. Recognizing Palestine comes with obligations under international law. At least 37 Palestinians have been killed. International law scholar says countries that have recognized Palestine statehood now have obligations to respect the political integrity. So, first of all, international law scholars should know, no, that's not true. All states have an obligation to do nothing to assist Israel in its unlawful presence in the state of Palestine. And so they must do everything they can to change their relationship with Israel, including bringing to bear the full raft of sanctions imposed on the state, perpetuating the aggression. He said the same measures taken against Russia since its invasions of the Ukraine could also be warranted in the case of Israel, which the International Court of Justice found to be occupying the Palestinian territory unlawfully. Except the International Court can't find Israel is occupying Palestine unlawfully because Israel doesn't subject itself to the rulings of the International Court. Just like I was talking about earlier, when a person tries to correlate my opinion because I'm white to my opinion on Palestine, I did an article last week because I feel so strongly about Palestine. I feel so strongly about it. I write what I think. Palestine is recognized as a sovereign state by more than 130 countries. Except, without UN membership, Palestine legally isn't a country. But then why is Kosovo legally a country? Well, it depends on who your friends are. If the United States is your friend, you get treated radically different than if the United States hates you. I think that's a load of bullshit. I think that a country should be treated a certain way regardless of who Big Brother is. Right now, I don't even understand why the US gives a shit about what's going on with Israel, because Israel is just pissing off everybody. Israel is pissing off everybody in the Middle East. But at the same time, notice that nobody in the Middle East gives a shit. Kosovo, I think, is still also in debate as to be recognized. No, it's not. Kosovo isn't even trying to be recognized. Kosovo doesn't even have observer state membership in the UN. Kosovo doesn't give a shit. Kosovo's got an alliance with the United States. That's like all they need. We don't recognize you as a country. The US does. Which is bullshit, because when did we become so chicken shit where we have political standing and legal standing and like, why? Look, Palestine, like this girl.
3, 2.
There are a lot of people on the planet that I think should stop talking. I believe in freedom of speech, but this girl just abuses it.
The State of Israel was formed in 1948. Just because they use the name of the Holy Promised Land doesn't mean that they are the Holy Promised Land. The State
but
of
they
Israel
are the Holy Promised Land. Like, that's what I don't. And again, this calls into a really awkward discussion. You will notice that there is no state of the United States. We don't call the United States the state of the United States. You don't have like the state of England, right? You have the Kingdom of Spain, the Republic of France, the Federal Republic of Germany, the United Kingdom, right? The United States, it's funny because when you look up why the United States already has the word state in its name. We already have our political form in our name. So we're the United States of America. Nobody says the state, the nation, like it's the United States of America. But we're not a confederation anymore. Her position was that a lot of people make this bullshit argument that Israel was only formed in 1948 and therefore they don't have any historical claim to the land that precedes the Palestinians being there. And nobody legitimately anymore even makes that argument, because in 1949 Israel was recognized by the United Nations. That's fucking it. They're a country. There's no take-backsies. I've looked through the UN charter. The UN doesn't have the ability to suddenly say you're not a nation anymore. It's like it's just not there. So we have a situation where people are making arguments. It's like the racism thing that we talked about earlier in the show. We can waste all of our effort talking about a completely irrelevant point that happened 75 years ago, or we can move on. Now, should the United States, what the US had made, it cannot unmake. Right. Should the United States show up and tell Israel to go home? Absolutely.
The State of Israel was formed in 1948. Just because they use the name of the Holy Promised Land doesn't mean that they are the Holy Promised Land.
But they are the Holy Promised Land. Wasn't Trump going to put them both in timeout and occupy the territory? He was. Except, I don't think Trump has the authority under the War Powers Act to do what he wants to do. And he needs congressional approval to do it. And Congress can't even pass a funding bill right now. Do I have it? No, I don't have it. Right now, we run out of money in 8 days. The United States shuts down in 8 days. Creating a Palestine with defined borders that have the same protection as every other country and recognition in the UN. I think at this point the goal is to give Palestinians a state with defined borders. Well, the problem is Palestine has had 7 opportunities to have what they want. And Yasser Arafat refused. Yasser Arafat refused to accept what is called the 97% deal, which was really 92, which was really 86. But we would have been in a lot better situation if Palestine had accepted the deal in 1992. Then we could have continued to move towards full sovereignty. Because really what Israel offered would have gotten them a UN vote. And then once the UN voted, then they could have gone to the UN and said, okay, now that you voted and now that we're a nation, tell these fuckholes to go home with all their fucking obstructions to our sovereignty. Wouldn't the government shutting down for 40 days fix a lot of issues? No, the government shutting down for 40 days would cause a lot of problems. Every time you shut down the government, projects get interrupted that end up costing more. If the government was completely gutted and were to run right, then shutting the government down during these times where we can't come to a consensus would work. Like, for example, your military budget should always be 1 year in advance. But that is an entire month of EBT. Yeah, and that's the problem. Because what'll happen when the government restarts, they'll back pay the EBT. They'll back pay the food stamps. They'll back pay the Social Security. They'll back pay the government workers. They don't gain anything by closing the government down. They simply don't gain anything from doing it. So doing it would do what? I remember the last time the government had this bullshit, just don't back pay. You have to back pay. I want to remind you what not back paying does. People die. Literally, people can't buy food. They can't get medicine. Some people are in a state where they literally can't afford their medicine. So if their card doesn't get loaded, they fucking die. I might be dumb for geopolitics listening to pro-Palestinian protests in the US, people saying from the river to the sea. So these people want to remove Israel and make it Palestine. Yes. That is the charter of Hamas. They want to get rid of the state of Israel altogether. What are you doing? So yeah, therein lies the biggest problem. It was after World War II, Jewish refugees from after the war. Now, you've got the overall story, but you're missing some things. It was not Palestine. Let me stop you right there. There has never been a country called Palestine. It has never existed. There has never. Now, what about the fact that there's a state of Palestine recognized by 130 countries? That's great. Is it recognized by the UN? No? Great. Legally, there's never been a state of Palestine. There is a politically recognized state of Palestine, but. So, what was this territory before World War I? Before World War I, it was a area of control of the Ottoman Empire. Was never a country. It was Ottoman territory that wasn't a country, that got conquered by Britain, ceded to Britain after World War I. Britain held on to it, didn't know what to do with it. World War II happens. Britain says, "Oh, we have a place to put all these displaced Jews. and then said basically, you guys are going to have to figure out a way to split it up. But the people that say there was a country of Palestine, there has never ever been a country of Palestine legally recognized. There is a state of Palestine that is politically recognized by 130 other countries. The trick to that is all those countries are members of the UN who have all said, we agree that until you're recognized by the UN, you can be politically a country, but you cannot be legally a country. And then Britain was supposed to create two-state Israel and Palestine. Then they created Israel, but bailed before. No. That's not how that happened. If we're going to talk about history, we need to stop. We need to stop being full of bullshit. That's not how that happened. They didn't create Israel. Britain didn't create Israel. Okay. The UN created Israel. No, it's not. I'm gonna help you. You are flat wrong because Britain didn't create Israel at all. 1947, you had the UN Partition Plan, Resolution 181, right? Britain withdrew in the May of 1948. It didn't recognize the state, but neither did the UN. Somber, if you're gonna be borderline racist and sexist, let me remind you, the problem is junk food is cheaper than healthy food. So it's great that you have a borderline racist and sexist viewpoint, but they buy junk food because it's cheaper than buying fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, fresh meat. They have to buy processed food full of sugar and preservatives, which increases by portion size. Yes, if everybody only ate the recommended portion, people wouldn't be heavy. But let's also be honest, we haven't served people the legitimate portion size for a long time. So, also the average 5'7" woman weight isn't 121 to 159. For a woman, 5'5" is 125, add 5 pounds per inch. And then what you're referring to is BMI. BMI should never ever be applied in the way you just applied it. BMI is in the lack of actual other data, we will apply this scale, but many people fall outside of healthy weight and BMI, and they're very healthy. Somebody who's 6'2" can be obese if they're a bodybuilder by BMI standards, but they have 2% body fat. BMI should never be weaponized the way you just did. If the 1947 was the UN saying Israel was a state, when did they do that for Egypt? I think they would have a great many words if you try to say that they weren't a country before that. All the members of the UN came in as members. They didn't have to go through Article 4. Egypt was a founding member of the UN in 1945. No, it doesn't work for 0.00000% of bodybuilders. Dude, you don't, let me stop you right there, man. You don't want to fuck with me when it comes to shit like this, because your body fat percentage, the moment that you have a body fat percentage done, your BMI isn't used for you anymore. BMI is a very, very rough estimate of height, weight, what should you be. That in recent years, that's why they've started to have 3 BMI scales: small framed, medium framed, and large framed. That's why you can do, that's like for a long time, the military did a neck circumference. And then people in the health world were like, what the fuck does their neck circumference have to do with anything? It includes waist circumference, it does. But they did they did a neck circumference. It was like, here's your weight, here's your waist, here's your neck. And they didn't give a shit if you were a bodybuilder. They were like, you're fat, you're overweight. We actually kicked a guy out who was Mr. Illinois and Mr. Indiana bodybuilding champion. We kicked him out of the reserves because he had greater than a 39.5-inch waist. And the day he found out he was getting kicked out, he literally, fireman carried a patient and an exercise like 600 yards with his gear on, with the guy still gear on, holding his weapon and the guy he was carrying's weapon. And he ran this guy 600 yards, passing people who were 4-man running with a litter. And at the end of it, I had to be one of the sergeants in the room. And he said, this is total bullshit. This is a stupid fucking metric. I'm 2% body fat. It's a great scale overall to say we have to grade all these people in a hurry. All these people failed. Okay, now let's take these people that failed and say, is there another test that says their health isn't terrible? Now, I agree with you. We have too many people on EBT. I agree with you. The food that people on EBT can buy is not healthy. If we want to talk about the good parts of what you bring up, I'm all for it. I also think that it's really odd to me that your point is 26% of black women are on EBT in America. So that means 74% of the people aren't black women. You are correct that the British mandate for Palestine failed, but the British didn't create either state. In fact, after Zionist insurgents started attacking the British, England essentially gave up and kicked the Palestine problem to the UN. The UN offered a deal to divide Israel accepted, and the Arabs rejected. This led to the war that Israel won and winning. Well, hold on. You included some things there that Israel accepted, period. Israel became a nation, period. 2 Arab nations attacked Israel. We've got to put 3 bullet point events. But Israel winning the war is not what effectively created the nation. The UN vote created the nation. Israel was a nation. Now, Israel fought back and won so quickly. The UN was like, the UN was like, what the fuck do we do? And Israel's like, no, don't worry, dog, we got this. And then that led to, Egypt and Israel eventually negotiating. But the interesting part is, I want Palestine to have a nation. But you notice that most of the other Middle East nations don't give a shit. The rest of the Middle East nations don't give a shit. What they say is, as long as the Palestinians don't come here. As long as they don't come here. I agree, but because if Israel accepted and it was wiped off the map, it would have a footnote that was a country for 2.3 seconds. You're right, it would have been, except it never would have been wiped off the map. The US was going to be there in probably a week. And I thought it was no concessions. Israel doesn't exist, the surrounding countries. When? Then or now? Because this is one of the few times we got to be careful. At the time, it was no. Now, Egypt is one of Israel's allies. Do you notice any difference in support for Palestinian state from different Arab nations for ex-Saudi versus Egyptian? No, none of them care. And that's the problem. None of them care. Unfortunately, as it is right now in Israel, 74% still make the same choice on ABT or not, but the average weight is much higher than the healthy weight given. Just because BMI is an ideal measurement doesn't, because, stop. BMI isn't an ideal measurement, not because of 0.01% of outliers. You can make a bold statement that you will be correct 999 times out of 1,000, saying 186 pounds is too high for an average. Okay. What I can do for you is this. You can either talk about the point and be right, or you can talk about the point and use bullshit to get there and be wrong. Leave BMI out of it. BMI has nothing the fuck to do with it. So you're including it because you think your statement is going to be weak if you say, on average, people that are on EBT are overweight. If you just make that statement is going to be accepted. You don't need to use bad backup to get there. On average, the people that are on EBT are overweight. Why are they overweight? Because junk food, processed food is better. EBT sucks, make healthy food cost less on EBT and unhealthy food costs more on EBT. There you fucking go. There you go. Now you're getting somewhere. Now you're getting somewhere. Let's not even say EBT. Let's make it so there is a penalty for junk food. Let's look at Europe. Let's basically look at Europe and say, which products of ours do you have alternative versions that are better? And then let's tell the companies, if you sell a product to Europe, because of their laws, we want the same product. I agree with you there. I wholeheartedly agree with that. 100%. Yes, tofu is free. Well, tofu isn't free. Your EBT can be used to purchase tofu. But again, I don't know why. Like, you got to make sure that you don't say, yeah, but tofu is basically free already. Okay, it's $1.55 a pound in Aldi's, right? But let me stop you. When you say shit that's not accurate, so if you say free, it incentivizes the free aspect, right? But then it incentivizes the false aspect. It's not free once a day. You say limited to one purchase per day. That's irrelevant because that's not true. No, let me stop you. It doesn't, we're not in the process of tricking people. We tell the truth. And then no matter how painful it is, we take the time to educate people properly. Because I hate to break the fucking newsflash to you, where you think that you might have like gotten a big one over. Society has gotten a big one over on you. Like, most people are living inside of an illusion that has been presented to them their whole life. You don't have to lie and say it's free, blah, blah, blah. Just be like, you can live on tofu. Most people have never tried tofu. Now, you are correct that some states run bonus programs that discount healthy food when bought on SNAP. But that is the state saying, we will bridge the gap. So tofu's $1.55. If you buy at one particular state says, if you buy 1 pound of tofu, we will give the grocery store the $1.55 so you don't have to take it off of their card, then that's good. But then it begs the question, if the EBT card is supposed to have enough money on it for you to eat for the month, why do you have to have a supplemental program for people to buy food so that they can afford to eat for the month? If you were honest, people who have never had tofu, they wouldn't eat it even if it was free. People don't want tofu, they want steak. Yes, that's exactly what the US does. Except instead of a company doing it, the government does it. The government puts money on your card and you go buy groceries with it. But you say, but it's so fucking good for you. But it's not good for you. It's not. I think we got to be careful when we say things are good for you. Food is good for you. Food is good for you. Junk food is bad for you. Yeah, tofu is like survival food. If you're taught to exist on it from a young age, tofu is OP for you. I'm not personally I'm not a big fan of tofu. Like the other day, you're a fan of tofu, that's great. The other day I had bought stew meat and then I used my meat within 2 days. My family was leaving. So instead of making steak, mashed potatoes, corn, I just fucking, did up 1.5 pounds of steak cubes, some gravy, garlic, and onion, put it all in a bowl and wolfed down 1 pound of red meat. Doesn't make the red meat bad for me. I mean, I do understand that I literally ate a month's worth of red meat, but I'm dying anyway, so what the fuck do I care? You can do that with extra firm tofu chunks. Again, I don't want tofu. I don't want tofu. I'm good with chicken. I'm good with pork. I'm good with red meat. That's what I want. If you want tofu, eat tofu. I don't want it. No, thank you. It's really simple. If you want it, you eat it. If people don't want it, and then the question becomes this. If people don't want it, who's paying for their food? If I'm paying for their food, then you have somewhat of an argument. You have somewhat of an argument. If I'm paying for my food, I'll tell you this. I'm never buying tofu. It's not happening. What did Jules say in Pulp Fiction? Rat might taste like pumpkin pie, but I'll never know because I won't eat the dirty motherfucker. I won't eat tofu. And I've had it. What's the fucking thing? Fondue. I've had fondue. Tofu and fondue. It's not bad. That's because meat is becoming a class food. It's not becoming a class food. It's becoming either a worker level food, like they'll go and work for it, or a rich people's food. But I wouldn't say that my retired father-in-law, the average person cannot afford to eat steaks. Sure they can. They're just lazy. They're lazy about it. What they can't afford to do is go to the store and buy steaks. Because they were never taught how to buy half a cow and have half a cow processed all at one time for $600 and then have a drop freezer. That's an awful lot of meat. There's venison. it is what it is. Now, you are right. And one of the big things you're right about is, again, there is a way to get rid of the problem in this country, and there is a way to get rid of the problem in a bad way in this country. When Immigration Customs Enforcement raids a meat processing plant, and they disrupt an entire shift, all to find 3 workers whose visas are expired, right? And then they hem up the fucking plant owner, and the plant owner is like, look, they've worked here for 2 years. You don't give me a system that allows me to easily check the status of their visas. Why is it that, why the fuck is this? This is why you'll notice, and it's like, well, you're just complaining about it to the sake to complain about it. You'll notice under immigration, I say remove everyone who shouldn't be here, fix all the systems, then become a nation of legal immigrants. When you come here and you have a work visa, so here's the company, and the company contacts, right, the government. And inside the government are 2 offices. One is immigration and one is taxes. When I send a paycheck in to the tax department every week, if INS gets a notice that says, oh, hey, Somber 1993 shouldn't be working there anymore, why the fuck does the systems not talk to each other? They need a tax ID number, and if they don't have all the other requisite paperwork, they need to show their visa. Well, me, because I'm a business person that doesn't like to get fucked, when they have their visa, because remember, if you are a resident alien over the age of 18 years of age in America, you are required to carry your immigration paperwork with you at all times. It's subsection E of the ID part of immigration. When people would come and work for me and they were on a visa, I would mark the calendar 2 weeks before their visa expired, and then I would mark the calendar 10 weeks before that. So 10 weeks comes along and they're like, hey, just to let you know, your visa's coming up due in 14 weeks. Make sure you bring me an updated one so I can see what your new updated work date is. And then 2 weeks before, hey man, do you have your new visa? 2 weeks after that, if I didn't have the new visa in hand, it was like, I'm sorry, man, you can't come back to work because you don't have a visa. Well, I'll file for unemployment. Go ahead. I'll tell them it's because I have your job held for you, but you don't have a visa. I never had to get to that part. Because you'd say to them, hey man, you don't need to get a visa. They'd get their visa renewed. Or they would say, you know, I'm going to be leaving in, when my visa is up, I'm leaving because I have to go back to my country. Okay. See, we've got everybody in one big feeding trough. We've got everybody in one trencher. Oh, you hired an illegal. I have no illegals working for me. Never did. Never would. Everybody that works for me has paper. I like the no tax on tips part. I'm making $50K this year and sometime I'll be able to get to food stamps. No, you won't. I got bad news for you. I don't know who told you that. No, you won't. No tax on tips, first of all, cash tips. Number 2, that $50K next year when you do your taxes, that $50K is still earned income. It's still earned. You have to declare it. You just don't pay tax on it. If you're making $42,000 in taxes in tips, got bad news for you. It has a cap. And yes, $8,000 is taxable income. Remember, you're confusing 2 numbers. You're confusing this, which is earned income, versus taxable income. Driver miles. You've lost me. Driver miles isn't income, it's reimbursement. There was never any tax on your mileage. But there's no way you're making... Let me stop you. If you're making $42,000 in reimbursement, that's because you've incurred insurance, gas, oil changes, tires on your vehicle. So you're not getting ahead. But yeah, people have to learn the difference between earned income, and taxable income. This is ABC. This is ABC 1, 2, 3. This is A, C, and 3. It's parts of it. My pension is taxed. 66 cents per mile when my car costs 0.015 per mile. No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. I have a modified 07 Prius. I do all the work, and that's great. I'm gonna stop you. You get 89. You know what? Fuck off. No, you don't. You simply don't. I'll tell you what. Let me help you out. You're full of shit, because if you have a car that gets 89 miles to the gallon, I guarantee you there is $500 million waiting for you at every major car designer. They would fucking love you. Toyota would give you $500 million right now. Period. You don't get 89 miles to the gallon. You simply don't. I'm stopping you. You're full of shit. You don't get 89 miles to the gallon. Point blank. Yeah, and what I'm telling you this, right? It doesn't matter what bullshit you're talking about. You're not getting 89 miles to the gallon. Period. I don't deal in bullshit here. If you have modified your vehicle and you're getting 89 miles to the gallon, go contact any car manufacturer. They will write you a check for $500 million right now. Period. Dot. See, this is where people live in their far-fetched bullshit realities. I looked it up. I'm ignorant. It might be, which is the equivalent of electric vehicles, and apparently you can get 100 miles. Yeah, you can, but you would never, ever, ever, ever give that statistic as 89 miles to the gallon. There is anybody who knows what they're talking about in that they say if it's a hybrid, you start talking about miles to gallons per kilowatt hour. Because you have to have both numbers. And this is where the government cracked down, and I'm glad they're cracking down, with a lot of the electric vehicle companies saying, oh, well, we're the equivalent of getting 100 miles to the gallon. Except you're not factoring in transmission loss, which nobody in electric production disputes a flat 5% transmission loss. But it's like all the people that would say, oh, ethanol fuel is better for the environment than regular fuel because of all these factors. Except in order to get the same miles per gallon, in order to get the same distance, you have to burn more than a gallon that the straight gasoline engine burns. And by the time you add in the extra fuel you burn to get to the same mileage and all the pollution you caused with the refining of the ethanol, you're actually ahead of the pollution. What you have is a different type of pollution. And that's where the value, that's where the benefit is. If you're talking straight pollution, ethanol vehicles, E85 vehicles pollute more. Total number. But it's a different type, which is good. But that's when you get people that are making outlandish claims, right? Let's see. But yeah, when you have earned income versus your total income, like right now, I can't make IRA contributions. I have income. I have my pension, but my pension doesn't qualify as earned income. And the Roth IRA program requires you to have earned income. You can't, they don't allow, because it's what it is. It's a after-tax savers credit that allows you to put the money in. If you don't have earned income, you can't put it in. People are like, but I have income. Well, yeah, there's earned income and there's income. Royalties, dividends, interest on bank accounts. It's income. You pay tax on it. Profit from the sale of stock. Income, absolutely. Now, is it short-term or long-term? Makes a difference. But when somebody's like, when people talk about their bullshit, I don't deal with people that want to talk about their bullshit. I'm getting $42,000 a year in tips. And then I have mileage. And I get 66 cents per mile, but my car costs me 0.015 per mile. That just makes you fucking dumb. Because part of the mileage is tires. Part of the mileage is oil changes. Part of the mileage is, yeah, and sure, like my dad used to always laugh because I would get mileage at the one job I did, and then I would change my own oil because it was easy as shit, right? Well, then I'm making money on that because instead of, you know, whatever they allot, let's say 13 cents a gallon is for the oil. Well, that's easy. And then since I had a buddy who could, you know, do my tires for me, had a buddy with an auto garage, I would literally just say, hey man, I need new tires. And he'd be like, yeah, just give me the number off the tire. He'd get them in, and then it was literally 15, 20 minutes. Like I'd go in, we just bullshit, drink some coffee, I'd look at his books, and then somebody'd come in and be like, yeah, the car is done. Your tires take an hour and a half at the shop because you got to have one guy do this, but if they really wanted to, they could get the shit done faster. It's just a matter of, why do they do it this way? Well, because oil changes are a higher priority. So an oil change comes in, they all go over there. No oil change, they go over here. Oh shit, an oil change come in, let's do the high priority. But no, when people want to start dealing with their fucking bullshit, I'm not interested in dealing with people in their bullshit reality. If that's how good your shit is, then go get your payday, son. Go to fucking Ford. Go to Toyota. Go to Hyundai. Well, I think they're closing their plant now. He just popped in and said, I feel like anything I state about my car doesn't matter anymore. I have a bypass oil filter. And he's banned. I said, I don't deal in bullshit. And this is why I'll never be a popular streamer. It's like I have a 2007 Prius with 1,240 pounds stripped out, an 18 kWh pack, and then it's basically, okay, so you have every fucking aftermarket modification. You're this fucking rocket scientist of car manufacturing, but why the fuck are you only making $8,000 a year? Like, if you're so fucking good, then take your skills. Why aren't you making $800,000 a year? Why aren't you modifying vehicles if you're making them this fuel efficient and this energy efficient? But let's not forget, you're driving around in a fucking Prius where you're using 200 to 300 pounds of the car's cargo capacity to haul a battery around. Oh, but I lowered the weight by 1,200 pounds. Well, I don't know. Why don't you contact Toyota and say, hey, man, I figured out a way to drop 1,200 pounds off of a vehicle without it, having a problem. It's like somebody decided to look at every nice golly gee whiz feature and say, I have a car that does them all.
The state of Israel.
Let's see. What did she have to say?
Why is it when kids are bad at school, they automatically get OS?
Oh, we talked about that one. Why is it when kids are bad at school, they automatically get OSS? Because the school doesn't want to deal with them either. This made my fucking day right here. Oh man, this video. Your house is about to be fucked up. Your house. Two fucking bears just rolling up in here. Could you imagine? I don't know if it's AI or not. If it is AI, it still makes me laugh. It still makes me smile. Like, the worst we've ever had walk in the house is like geese or a peacock, a groundhog, a fucking bear. Fuck you, bear. Go away, bear. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
The yeas are 217, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Pursuant to Clause 8.
That was House Republicans today passing their plan to avoid a government shutdown with a temporary 7-week funding bill. But within hours, that was blocked by the Democrats in the Senate. Their own plan for extending funding also fell short. So what does this mean? Congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins is here again with the latest as we approach the looming September 30th deadline. So, Lisa, where do things stand?
Well, tonight, the votes today mean that we are, in fact, on track and more quickly moving toward a government shutdown. As I've said before, this particular shutdown threat, while we have these now commonly, this one is unique because of the timing. So let's take a look at the calendar because it's closer than you think. So this is today. Now, let's look at the deadline. That's September 30th for funding government. Here's the situation. Next week, Congress is on recess. In fact, Congress has already left for that recess. So you think maybe they could come back Monday? No. Speaker Johnson and his team decided late today that they will not be in session in the House the 29th or 30th. So, William, what this means is, as you and I sit here, really, unless the Senate passes the House bill passed today, then there will be a government shutdown. And right now, Democrats don't have that appetite. They say this is their time to stand up to Donald Trump. They say they want more money for health care, specifically. It is really a back and forth, and here is how each side put it today.
What does the government shutdown entail? A government shutdown entails that only must pay bills get paid. Social Security and Social Security disability get paid. Medicare gets paid. Because those are not paid for out of the federal budget. Those are paid for out of the Social Security Trust. It means that everything federal that's not tied to the national defense or national operation gets closed. So FAA air traffic controllers continue to work, military, border patrol, CIA, FBI, CIA that are already overseas, but stateside analysts Unless your job is directly tied to national threat, national security, you stop working. FBI, a lot of their support people get told, you're not coming in. Agents that are actively working cases will be paid out of the emergency budget. People that are scheduled to testify, technicians, they will. But the rest, be told, don't come in. And then, of course, there's always modifications to that where they say you continue working, but you're not getting paid. TSA continues to get paid because we need to keep the airports open. But not necessarily everybody. Also, usually no overtime, which can cause issues. Port inspections continue to happen for anything that's already hit the port. But depending on what instructions they're given, they may not allow any new ships into port. A lot of government offices will be closed, which means Social Security applications will stop processing depending on how they work, because although Social Security payments come out of the trust, the workers get paid out of the federal budget. A lot of benefit checks don't show up because there's no one to process them. The IRS generally stops working altogether, although you're still required to make your quarterly payments. So yeah, it's a big mess.
We do not want a shutdown. Our position has never changed. We need bipartisan legislation to keep the government open and meet the needs of the American people, especially on costs, specifically health care costs. But until Republicans break free from Donald Trump's grip, they're dragging this country straight into another shutdown.
They're not being reasonable at all. A short-term CR is not a partisan exercise. We could have loaded this up with partisan provisions, but we're not doing that because we're governing in a responsible manner. I hope Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate will do the same.
This is a test for everyone, but especially Leader Schumer. He's really never done this before, making demands that could lead to a shutdown.
So the leaders are talking shutdown. Where do rank and file members sit?
Well, if you talk to Republicans, they believe that Democrats will be blamed. Democrats are less sure. They think that if they put this message out that Trump needs to be stood up to, that this is their one time to draw some lines with him, that will help them. Now, both parties are more than a year away from an election, but when you talk to Democrats, you really also get this sense, William, that they don't have an off-ramp plan. They don't know how a shutdown would end. And that really puts us in a potentially precarious situation as we go down into it potentially as soon as a little bit more than a week from now.
So what are the odds?
You know, I don't like to speculate about these things. Of course, I always have my own opinion, but I will say they're very high that we will have a shutdown. I would say as high as 80% or more. The only possibility out of one is that the Senate returns next week and Chuck Schumer changes his mind. That's not likely.
Well, Lisa Desjardins, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So the big problem here, some of the, and I'm not exactly sure. I haven't been able to pull back. We've had 5 shutdowns in 8 years. No, we haven't. I don't think we've had 5 shutdowns in 8 years. The last government shutdown was 2019. We haven't shut the government down in 6 years. It's too big of a pain in the ass. Yeah, 19, 18, 13, and then 95. We went a long period of time without one. Yeah, this is always okay. So let me adjust. I think what you're thinking of is how many potential shutdowns have we had and how many have we avoided with a CRA as opposed to passing a fucking budget. VA benefits are still safe. I'll give you a direct answer. Disability checks, yes, because disability checks are classified as mandatory spending, and military pension checks are mandatory spending. Anything that's mandatory spending. Now, what can happen in a shutdown? Like Karthos said, he's essential, but that doesn't mean Karthos will be paid. It means Karthos has to go to work. That's part of what I had to administer back in the 2013 shutdown. If a shutdown affected the House and Senate the most, I feel there would never be a shutdown. I agree with you. In 2013, what the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, I was acting squadron commander. We had a bunch of civilians who were mad because I had no paperwork that said, I don't remember how, we had like 30 civilians across all the sections. Yeah, you'll get paid compensated by your state. I had to talk to people and say, all right, so if you come to work, you won't get paid. But if you come to work, I might be able to retroactively back pay you. If you don't come to work and you take vacation time, you'll be paid when the budget comes through. If you don't come to work and you don't take vacation time, unless they specifically tell me to back pay you, I won't be paying you. But you, and you have to come to work and not get paid because your position description declares you essential. And I've got a room full of people that are like, well, that's bullshit. Because in the last one, we didn't come to work for 8 days, and then all the people got paid. And I was like, look, guys, I don't make the rules. Like, you're yelling at me like I'm capable of fucking something up this bad. Like, I am incapable. Like, somebody took a shot at me about Ashes of Creation over the weekend, and they're like, yeah, all the things that Intrepid's done that you never have. I'm like, guys, I'm incapable of fucking something up to being 5 years late and 70 million over budget and 150% staff over budget. I don't know how to fuck something up that bad. Like, the budget, you guys all have really good suggestions. If the government shuts down, then every seated member of Congress is ineligible for re-election. Sounds great. Except, then they will just pass bullshit to get it through. If the budget is not within 3% of the GDP, every sitting member of Congress is ineligible for re-election. Well, then you'd fix it. If you simply passed, when we rewrite the Constitution, which we'll eventually have to do, if we just wrote that the government may not take on debt, every bill must be a clean bill, and no program can be started until there's money to pay for it, we would get out of our problems. Again, it goes back to earlier in the show where people, like, did you notice real quickly though? Did you notice, I just want to put this out there, did you notice that the one person who, I banned one, I talked to two, the one I banned was just being a fucking blatant racist. I'm not going to deal with that. The other one that I allowed to talk, did you notice that every time I went back to you're being a racist, they got more and more offended? And then when I said, well, how did I benefit from privilege? Well, you didn't get arrested. Yeah, that's great. I didn't have your disadvantages, but where did I get the advantage? They eventually left. They eventually leave because they're used to white people that are apologists and afraid to stand up for themselves. Look, I'm going to treat you the same way I treat everybody else. Because I'm going to call Alice a purple because Alice's name is Purple. And Chillin' Jazz is a purple because their name is Purple. That's it. I don't give a shit about your skin color because I don't see your skin color in the text. It's about perspective. It's about fucking reality. It's about the fact that if you think that it's a good thing to boycott Disney right now, then you're a fucking fascist. My short form content today was if you're celebrating or if you're protesting Disney by canceling your Disney Plus or your Hulu or your ESPN, then you're a fucking fascist. You're letting fascism win. The chairman of the FCC was able to threaten Disney. And because he was able to threaten Disney, Disney folded. That's fascism. That's fascism. We are in the worst period of time in America. We are in the absolute most perilous time we've ever been in. Yes, we got bombed in Pearl Harbor. Yes, we had a civil war. This is the worst period of time in America ever because there are people cheering as we erode civil liberty. What happened to Charlie Kirk was terrible. What happened to that young man in Mississippi on the college campus was fucking terrible. Donald Trump wanting to embrace hatred is terrible. Blowing up Venezuelan boats in international water without following international law is fucking dictatorship, fascist, authoritarian. It's actually Orwellian dystopia where the leadership just pretends the rules don't apply to them. I got to get out of here because I got to put together my YouTube video for tomorrow, and then I'll be back on Wednesday for more politics.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are